tears are.
Wherever you are, ABC keeps you in the picture, delivering the latest news all day, television, radio and online.
Move it! Come on! I must have counted like 30 or 40 people, you know.
ABC News and Current Affairs keeps you in touch.
Let's just get back.
A huge explosion now, raining debris on all of us. We better get out of the way.
Oh my God, this is so terrible.
I've never seen nothing like it in my life.
Terror strikes America. Tonight, a special ABC News and Current Affairs presentation.
Good evening, I'm Kerry O'Brien.
And I'm Tony Eastley.
On a day of awful devastation in America that is resonating around the world, the ABC is devoting the entire evening to the worst terrorist attacks in history. Tonight, we will recount exactly what happened, assess how and why it happened, and look at the impact in the weeks and months ahead. From New York and Washington, the Middle East and Europe, we'll be bringing you the first-hand reports of our correspondents on the spot, interviews and analysis from insiders and experts.
Well, it's coming up on to daybreak in the US, where Americans will again try to comprehend what has happened to their country. The terrible carnage unfolded during just 2.5 hours. Between 7:59 a.m. and 8:14 local time, 3 of the 4 planes took off, 2 from Boston, 1 from New Jersey. They circled, one going as far as the American Midwest. Then they zeroed in on their targets. At 8:45, American Airlines Flight 11 crashed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. 18 minutes later, United Airlines Flight 175 hit the tower. The nation was still reeling when a 3rd plane, American Airlines Flight 77, crashed into the Pentagon building in Washington. By this time, the world was watching live television, horrified. But worse was to come. The South Tower collapsed. Manhattan disappeared in a plume of dust and smoke as thousands fled the downtown area of the world's financial capital. Blow followed blow, and 10 minutes later, the 4th hijacked plane, United Flight 93, believed to be making for the presidential retreat at Camp David, slammed into woodland 130 kilometres southeast of Pittsburgh. And barely half an hour later, the final blow. The North Tower collapsed on itself, sending so many more to their deaths. The attacks had calculated their targets. Up to 50,000 people worked in those landmark towers, and there was absolutely no warning, nothing from the vast US intelligence network. President George W. Bush described it as an act of cowardice and promised to exact revenge. We go now to the ABC's North American correspondent, Craig McMurtry, who is in New York.
Oh my God! Oh, jeez! Oh my God!
There was no warning, no heightened state of alert, no preparation for anything like this. A commercial passenger jet slams into one of New York's signature World Trade Center towers. It was in fact following another jet that had gone into the South Tower minutes before, both commuter aircraft hijacked. As startled authorities scramble to close airports and order all flights to land, unbelievably, a 3rd passenger jet slams into the Pentagon in Washington, and a 4th crashes southeast of Pittsburgh. The 4 aircraft carry 266 souls. In downtown Manhattan, chaos. People desperate to escape cling to the side of the crippled skyscrapers until the last.
One at a time in different parts of the building. I just started to see the people just drop. And I must have counted like 30 or 40 people, you know.
Emergency workers scrambled to evacuate the thousands believed to be trapped inside. And then an image that simply defies words. 110 floors of concrete, steel and glass folding like paper, and a massive suffocating cloud that consumes downtown Manhattan.
Take them right in the kitchen, rinse them down! Get everybody, yeah, that's a good idea.
Both towers are erased.
Can't even look at it. Because all I can see are people. I don't see a building, I see people. People hurt. Children without mothers and fathers tonight.
US leaders evacuated from the White House and Congress acknowledged the deadliest and most coordinated terrorist attack in US history. Like Pearl Harbor, they call it an act of war.
Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
Up to 50,000 people are believed to work in the Twin Towers. Hours later, no one, including New York's shocked mayor, has any idea of the likely death toll.
I don't think we yet know the pain that we're going to feel when we find out who we lost.
And it isn't over. Hours later, a third building of 40 stories collapses. Tonight, with much of New York shut down, hospitals are struggling to deal with the injured. There are reports of 78 police and 200 firefighters missing. And as gruesome as it sounds, it could just be the beginning. When the daylight returns, a grisly recovery operation will begin on a scale never seen before.
Tonight I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil.
It was the day New York's skyline and America changed forever. September 11, 2001. Craig McMurtry, ABC News, New York.
And now we're joined live by Craig McMurtry in New York. Craig, is there any more word about survivors, those people trapped under the rubble?
Well, Tony, there are some reports of mobile phone calls being made from people trapped under the rubble, unbelievably, in the basement, they believe. And resources have been put in there, heavy equipment's being moved in, new workers, because obviously other emergency workers are exhausted and they're trying to get to those people. They've brought dogs, they've brought listening devices, but there is an air of exhaustion also about this city tonight. It's been such an extraordinary day. The other piece of news from the mayor's office tonight is that apparently 2 survivors have been pulled from the rubble. It's not known what sort of condition they're in.
How is the city itself coping, and are Americans themselves expressing fear about their personal safety?
They are, but there's also, it's a mixture of things. People you talk to on the street are angry. The president coined this term, unyielding, quiet anger, and I think that's a fair reflection. I was walking near the area where the Twin Towers used to be, and there was a gentleman walking with me who was just looking for company, basically, and just wanted to talk, and that's quite common. People are worried, but at the same time, there's a sense of reaching out, trying to find out who's responsible. And certainly that's what the authorities are emphasising now, that when the daylight finally returns to this city, that life, as far as possible, must get back to normal. They want to send that message. But at the same time, the authorities are saying that they will spare nothing in their search for whoever is responsible for this.
Thank you. Craig McMurtry in New York.
There have been no firm estimates of a death toll. We know, however, that thousands of people are missing. The rescue operation is underway, as you've just heard from Craig, but even that is proving unbelievably difficult, with hundreds of firefighters and police killed in the collapse of the World Trade Center towers. ABC journalist Prue Clark was a witness to the attack in Manhattan.
It was just before about 9 o'clock this morning. I was on my way to work when I heard that there'd been an incident to the World Trade Center. I live about 15 blocks north of the buildings. I walked out and saw this great gaping hole in the north building. I got within about a block of the World Trade Center. There was debris everywhere, glass all over the cars. There were only a few police around at that point, but the ones that were there encouraged us to move further up Broadway, where I was, north, about 3 blocks. I'm incredibly glad they did, because not long after that we heard this tremendous roar and suddenly the building just imploded. Dust plume came up the street. People were running. There was absolute pandemonium. People were screaming, being trampled.
Get out of here!
We watched, perhaps the most disturbing thing I've seen all day was people jumping from the 80th floor of the building that remained standing. Many of them were alight. We saw probably 20 bodies falling from the building at that point.
And then we saw the people jumping. We saw what we thought was debris, and we realized it was people jumping.
There was smoke everywhere, and people are jumping out the windows. Over there, they're jumping out the windows, I guess, because they're trying to save themselves. I don't know.
And then, you know, again, the massive rumble and the North Tower imploded. And again, pandemonium, as people were afraid that the building would fall towards them. Throughout the day, there was a great concern that other buildings around the 2 towers that had collapsed were still aflame and might collapse as well. About 8 hours after that actually did happen. A 3rd building collapsed. A lot of the casualties that their hospitals are having initially were emergency services workers who went to the site after the first plane impact and then were caught in the rubble as the buildings collapsed.
It's a war. We've been attacked. It's like World War II. It's World War II. It's unbelievable.
The second attack was aimed right at the heart of US defence, the Pentagon in Washington. That building tonight has a massive hole where the plane ploughed into it. Firefighters have been lowered into the rubble in giant buckets to try to see if there are people still alive. A near witness to all of this was Australia's Prime Minister John Howard, still in Washington and just a few blocks from the Pentagon buildings. The ABC's chief political correspondent Jim Middleton reports from Washington.
Panic in the very heart of US democracy at the State Department.
Can't you just move back so I can go through?
On Capitol Hill, the home of Congress.
Everybody back. Everybody back.
Now let's go.
Oh, we're going to need these to get it down.
And outside the White House, residence of the world's most powerful leader,
hey, Paul, we got a 2-star general on board.
but powerless to stop the horror unfolding at the Pentagon, nerve centre of US armed forces, where a small city of 23,000 people work and hundreds have died.
We know there are casualties. I can't give you a good number.
John Howard had been briefing journalists on the Tampa crisis at the Willard Hotel, just 3 blocks from the White House. He began his news conference with a sotto voce comment on the attacks on the World Trade Center.
Before I start on any domestic things, how horrified I am at what I've just heard regarding what's happened in New York. I don't know any more than anybody else.
What the Prime Minister did not know was that as he was speaking, an airliner was slamming into the Pentagon, less than 5 kilometres away, the plume of smoke clearly visible from an adjoining hotel window. The Prime Minister was whisked to a safe area at the Australian Embassy about a kilometre away from his hotel. From there, he started to coordinate the Australian security response.
I've spoken to the Acting Prime Minister, John Anderson, earlier this morning after these events took place.
Mr. Howard lashed out at the perpetrators of the worst terrorist attack ever to hit the United States and threw his weight behind whatever retaliation the Americans were planning.
We will help them. We will support actions they take to properly retaliate in relation to these acts of dastardry against their citizens and against what they stand for.
Kim Beazley standing shoulder to shoulder with the Prime Minister.
You commit an act of war and you apply to it deadly force, you receive deadly force in return.
Today's tragedy ended Mr. Howard's trip to the United States. His historic address to Congress is off. The question now is how to get the Prime Minister home promptly and safely. With American airspace closed, the only realistic option appears to be a US military aircraft. As night fell, 9 hours after the attack, the Pentagon was still smouldering. 10 to 15% of its functions knocked out. Rescue efforts still underway. On Capitol Hill, panic had been replaced by grim resolve.
We will stand together to make sure that those who have brought forth this evil deed will pay the price.
And then the united members of Congress gave voice to their determination and their grief.
God bless America, my home sweet home.
Jim Middleton, ABC News, Washington.
So, who is responsible? Who could have financed and organised these frightening kamikaze attacks on the symbols of American power? What state or organisation has the motive, the money, the connections and the determination to take on the world's only superpower and reduce it to chaos? A hardline Pakistan-based Islamic militant group, Lashkar-e-Toiba, the Army of the Pure, claimed responsibility earlier today for the attacks in New York and Washington. But their claims have not yet been verified independently. And now they've changed their tune and said they weren't involved after all. But that group is connected to the prime suspect, Osama bin Laden, the shadowy Saudi Arabian sheltering in the Taliban's Afghanistan, already before today America's public enemy number one. But experts warn it's far too early to be sure, and there are other suspects too.
What about Osama bin Laden? Do you suspect him as the prime suspect in this?
It's not the time for discussions like that.
Osama does not have the capability to carry out an act of this magnitude. America does, of course, have powerful rivals who would be able to carry out this act, but they do not include bin Laden.
Osama bin Laden's own website proudly states he is America's most wanted man and has openly declared war on the United States.
Every effort that is made against America and the Jews yields positive and great direct results.
Osama bin Laden is the son of a Saudi Arabian billionaire. He fought the Soviets in Afghanistan during the 80s, but turned against America when the Gulf War erupted because he deeply opposed US servicemen being stationed in his homeland. 2 years later, for the first time, Americans had to confront the reality of terrorism on their own soil when a bomb exploded in the car park of the World Trade Center, killing 6 people and injuring hundreds of others. While a blind Egyptian cleric was arrested for the attack, US authorities always considered bin Laden the mastermind. Since then, he has sought refuge in Afghanistan, and the attacks on Americans have become more audacious and deadly.
Bin Laden is in Afghanistan because the Taliban movement is prepared to give him hospitality. Most countries in the world would not be prepared to touch him with a barge pole because he is very credibly believed to have been the mastermind of the bombing of the US embassies in Kenya and Tanzania in August 1998.
Bin Laden is also suspected of organising a suicide attack last year on the destroyer USS Cole in Yemen, which killed 17 American sailors. Despite recent threats against America, it's still not clear if bin Laden is responsible for this latest devastating attack.
Well, there were warnings. Only 3 weeks ago, Osama bin Laden came out saying that there will be massive attacks on American targets, attacks the like of which we've never seen before. But the trouble is he's been making these pronouncements for years, and a little bit like the boy who cried wolf, I think people tended to not pay very much attention to him.
Dr. Andrew Vincent is a former Foreign Service officer and now heads Macquarie University's Centre on the Middle East. He believes the operation was so complex it could well have been beyond bin Laden's capabilities.
A lot of the rhetoric coming out of Washington and coming out of Western sources at the moment seems to suggest that he's a kind of a terrorist mastermind crouched like a spider in Afghanistan, pulling these strings all around the world, causing bombs to go off. I don't think he's that powerful. I think he gives money and inspiration to a wide variety of different groups, but then it's sort of up to those groups what they do.
And these people who flew the aircraft, they were suicide bombers of a quite different nature to the ones we've encountered in the past. These were educated, intelligent people.
As the investigation gets underway, comparisons are being made to the 1995 Oklahoma bombing, where hundreds of Americans died.
There seems to be the same syndrome that developed after the Oklahoma City bombing, where for 3 or 4 days the whole of the media focused on this bombing being an Islamic bombing, being fundamentalist terrorists or Osama bin Laden, and it was only later when it emerged that the bombing was in fact carried out by American homegrown fascists.
After the bombing of the US federal building in Oklahoma City, there was quite a lot of anti-Muslim sentiment based on the premise that only foreigners could be responsible for such a terrible act on American soil. And this was all rather awful, given that we now know that Timothy McVeigh and extremist militia groups were behind that particular activity rather than groups from the Middle East or from any particular non-Christian religion.
Timothy McVeigh has since been executed for carrying out that attack, but it's feared with nearly all trace of these suicide bombers obliterated, the investigators' task will be much harder. Further confusing the situation late this afternoon, a Pakistan-based Islamic militant group fighting in Kashmir briefly claimed responsibility and then denied issuing such a statement.
There's a great political pressure on the American government to come up with a suspect and to punish that suspect, but we've got to be careful we don't leap to conclusions and just go along with the swing and say, well, it must be Osama bin Laden, and if it's not him, it's Saddam Hussein. There are other possible candidates as well.
Michael Troy with that report. Not long after the United States was engulfed in a wave of terror, the Afghan capital, Kabul, was rocked by a series of explosions. The first assumption around the world was that this could be the start of US retaliation, but Washington quickly denied any involvement with the attacks. The ABC's correspondent in Kabul, Jonathan Harley, witnessed the blasts which lit up the night sky.
Residents woke to blast, smoke and fire billowing from Kabul's airport just after 2 a.m. local time. Dramatic live pictures showed explosions lighting up the night sky, once an all-too-familiar scene in this war-torn city. It was initially feared the US had launched retaliatory strikes, but anti-Taliban forces took responsibility. Just the same, Kabul may have had a small taste of what's yet to come. In an apparent attempt to stave off possible reprisals, the Taliban swiftly condemned the attacks in the United States.
Our policy was very clear even from the beginning. We have criticised and will now criticise terrorism in all its forms, even the previous incidents. It has not been proven that Arabs are behind such incidents, and even now it has not been proven that Arabs are behind them.
While suspicions lead to Saudi dissident Osama bin Laden, the United States denies rocketing the Taliban as punishment for sheltering him.
I've seen those reports. In no way is the United States government connected to those explosions.
The Taliban have not only condemned the attacks in the US, but insist Osama bin Laden could not mount such a sophisticated operation from one of the world's poorest countries. But such claims may not impress many in the United States. The Taliban have already paid dearly for their protection of Osama bin Laden. It's helped make them one of the most isolated regimes in the world. It may be that the price for their most infamous guest is about to go much higher. Jonathan Harley, ABC News, Kabul, Afghanistan.
And Jonathan now joins us live from Kabul. Jonathan, already the US has said anyone sheltering a terrorist will be treated as a terrorist themselves. There must be a lot of tension in Kabul at the moment.
Quiet nervousness, Tony, is probably the best way to describe it. Talking to people on the streets here in the Afghan capital, people are concerned that there could be strikes. Last night was a dramatic reminder of the sort of violence that is rather familiar in this war-torn capital, but it hasn't been seen for several years. And really, there's a great deal of concern among Afghans, even though Osama bin Laden is not based up here in Kabul. He's living in hiding, in protection, in the southern Taliban stronghold of Kandahar.
Is it a sign of the tensions there that the UN is talking about scaling down its operations?
Tony, we're having a little trouble hearing you, but I think I should add that the United Nations has been mentioning that it will be evacuating all of its non-essential staff. All but a couple of staff will be flying out in the next 24 hours or so. So certainly tension being felt by the United Nations here in Kabul. German nationals have been told to leave. About 4 have left already, more are leaving later this evening. So a real sense of exodus by foreign aid workers, foreign nationals here in Kabul. The uncertainty is probably the thing which is causing the most amount of tension here.
Thank you, correspondent Jonathan Harley. Well, in stark contrast to America's grief, in some parts of the Middle East, the terror attacks have been met with jubilation. Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat, though, was quick to condemn what he called this terrible act. From Jerusalem, the ABC's Middle East correspondent, Tim Palmer.
Few pictures could have diverted attention from the disaster itself, but scenes of some Palestinians celebrating in the streets of the West Bank and in Lebanese camps will reverberate in this region and the United States well into the future. Anti-American feeling across the region has surged in recent months. The United States' disengagement from the peace process and Israel's use of American-supplied weapons against Palestinian targets has fuelled the mood. Palestinian officials soon moved to end the ugly displays of joy, and leader Yasser Arafat denounced them, offering his condolences.
To the American people for this terrible act. We are completely shocked,
Other Palestinian factions denied early suggestions they were involved, but the radical Islamist groups Hamas and Islamic Jihad still pointed to American foreign policy as the motive. Nations that have in the past sponsored anti-American attacks, from Iran through Syria and Libya, joined the condemnation. There was one exception, with Iraqi television calling the attacks the operation of the century and punishment for America's crimes. One Israeli minister said, radical Islam is the central threat to the free world, and Israel's Prime Minister promised the country's ally backing in a global fight against terrorism.
The fight against terror is an international struggle of the free world against the forces of darkness.
The fact that as many as 10 Palestinians were killed in bitter overnight fighting here is scarcely rating a mention, even though many see that conflict as a driving force for terrorism way beyond the Middle East. Israel and the Palestinians know that the events in the United States could do far more to determine their own future than any single day's fighting here. If there is any Arab or Muslim link, Americans will doubtlessly emerge with very different attitudes towards the Middle East and how they want to be involved here. Tim Palmer, ABC News, Jerusalem.
And Tim Palmer now joins us live. Tim, what is Israel doing with its security on the ground at the moment?
Well, on the ground itself, internally, there's very little Israel could do to increase its security. This country, of course, struck by so many suicide bombs in the past months. But certainly, externally, Israel is acting to match America's stance. It's closed its borders with Egypt and Jordan, and it's frozen all air traffic into Israel, apart from its own national carrier.
Tim, I guess the world has been dumbfounded by many of the pictures that have been coming out of the Palestinian areas where people are actually celebrating what is happening. Are there different signals coming from different Palestinian groups?
There certainly are. I think the Palestinian leadership was very quick to realise the damage that this could do with its relationship that it's been trying to reconstruct with the Bush administration, and of course further into the future. The necessity for American mediation here and for funding of any peace plan could be seriously damaged by this. Israel, on the other hand, is characterising this as some sort of clash of civilisations in a way that's tying in the kind of terrorism that it's suffered in the past months with this sort of act. And against all of that, Mideast commentators are emphasising what one of your previous stories suggested, that there shouldn't be a rush to judgment that makes the same mistakes in condemning Arabs and Muslims out of hand, such as followed the Oklahoma bombing.
Thank you. Middle East correspondent Tim Palmer.
The Lashkar-e-Toiba, which has first claimed and then denied responsibility for today's attacks, has operated primarily as a radical Islamic terrorist group in the disputed Kashmir region of India. But in 1998, in the wake of US missile strikes on terrorist training camps in Afghanistan, the leader of Lashkar-e-Toiba declared a jihad against the United States. To shed more light on this little-known group, I'm joined now from Canberra by Professor William Maley, Middle East Specialist at the Australian Defence Force Academy. William Maley, what can you tell us about Lashkar-e-Toiba?
Lashkar-e-Toiba is a very good example of a schismatic Sunni fundamentalist group in South Asia, which has linked in with Osama bin Laden as a financier in order to propagate an extremist agenda. Now, this has been most prominently voiced in the Kashmir dispute, but it's also the case that Lashkar-e-Toiba activists have been in Afghanistan under the effective protection of bin Laden. And over the last year or so, we've seen an increasing influence within the Taliban movement of groups associated with bin Laden of this particular type.
How seriously do we take their particular jihad against the United States declared in '98?
Well, they themselves are a fairly small schismatic group, and I doubt that on their own they would be capable of mounting the kind of activity that we've seen here. In alliance with a figure such as bin Laden, I think they'd be a much more dangerous type of group.
How do you read then the conflicting, I mean, what on earth would have motivated them to come out and claim responsibility for this attack if they had nothing to do with it?
Well, it's anybody's guess at the moment what might underlie that, and it's also a question worth asking whether the initial claim that they were responsible came from them or possibly from some other kind of group that wanted to pin the blame on them or distract attention from the claim that bin Laden himself was directly responsible for these types of activities. There's too much that's confusing and mysterious about this particular episode for us to draw too many conclusions at the moment, I think.
Well, one of the confusions about this particular splinter group's possible connection to the United States is how does a war within Kashmir somehow expand to take in the United States?
It's partly because the United States is seen by radical groups of this sort as the canonical enemy, a group which has the characteristics of Lashkar-e-Toiba, would see the relationship between the United States and Israel as an affront to the kind of radical ideology which they would preach. And it's not the case that Lashkar-e-Toiba is simply a territorial nationalist group. It's one which has a radical religious agenda. And the fact that one had terrorists in this particular case who were prepared to kill themselves as part of their actions does suggest that we're not talking purely about political terrorism or groups with a territorial agenda, but also about groups with some kind of messianic or millenarian objectives.
William Maley, thanks for talking with us.
My pleasure.
For those who may have just joined us expecting the 7:30 report, a reminder that this is an ABC News and Current Affairs special on the terrible events in the United States, and we'll be running right through the evening. The images out of the United States today will stay with us forever for the people who survived this disaster, a day that must still seem achingly surreal. These are just some of the emotions and pictures of a devastating day.
I was just standing here watching the World Trade Center after the first plane hit. I just saw a second plane come in from the south and hit the South Tower halfway between the bottom and the top of the tower. It's got to be a terrorist attack. I can't tell you anything more than that. I saw the plane hit the building. Oh, shit! Oh, my God! My own eyes. Just went. It must be a
Move it! Come on!
We saw smoke coming out, and everybody started running out, and people were jumping out the windows. Over there, they're jumping out the windows.
One at a time from different parts of the building. I just started seeing the people just drop.
Most of the people around simply can't understand what happened. People were just standing around, talking to each other, nodding their heads. Oh my God. We gotta go.
The whole side has collapsed?
The whole building has collapsed.
The whole building has collapsed?
The building has collapsed.
He's not in a life jacket. I know. Oh my God, there it goes!
Standing next to One World Trade Center, and then all of a sudden I heard rumbling, and we all started running away from it. The glass like blew out and threw me onto the sidewalk, and I couldn't see for like 20 seconds.
Come down the steps, everything fine till we got to the basement, and then everything just fell in. I got trapped on there with another guy, crawled out, kept getting hit in the head, had bags floated around. Finally, we fought our way out over the rubble. It's a war. We've been attacked. It's like World War II.
Can't even look at it, because all I can see are people. I don't see a building. I see people. People hurt. Children without mothers and fathers tonight.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended. The United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
As we heard earlier, President Bush flew back to Washington from Florida once the White House was deemed safe. He addressed the American people and the world from the Oval Office. Here's part of what he had to say.
Good evening. Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices. Secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you. Good night, and God bless America.
George Bush speaking earlier today to the American people. We won't know the final toll of dead and injured for days, but it's clear it will run into many thousands. Many more than died at Pearl Harbor, possibly more than were killed and wounded in any single battle of America's bloody Civil War. The Bush administration and the entire nation will now be asking how the richest and most sophisticated society on earth could prove so vulnerable. Why did its massive security apparatus apparently fail to pick up any warnings? I talked earlier today to counter-terrorism expert Dr. Neil Livingston in Washington. Neil Livingston, what light can you shed on what it would have taken to put these attacks together and carry them out?
Well, this has been our worst nightmare for many years, and that is a coordinated series of attacks against high-consequence targets in this country. It wasn't a question of if it would happen, it was only a question of when it would happen. And so as a consequence, we've given this a lot of thought in the past, and we know that it would take a great deal of money, logistics capability, reasonable intelligence, excellent coordination. And so there are only a few terrorist groups in the world that could mount that kind of attack, and perhaps a couple of countries.
Who are the obvious suspects?
Well, all of the prime suspects, according to our friends in the law enforcement and intelligence community right now, are in the Middle East. And Osama bin Laden certainly heads the list of suspects in terms of terrorist groups and organizations, but also some concern about some Palestinian groups and groups like Hamas and Islamic Jihad, but all Islamicist type of groups. On the other side of the equation, on state sponsors, it has not gone unnoticed, of course, that 10 years ago the United States was engaged in what was the run-up to a conflict with Saddam Hussein, and that was George W. Bush's father. And so there has always been a sense that Iraq would pick its time and place and at some point might strike back at us.
The connection between these attacks and the sentencing today of the original bomber of the World Trade Center seems unavoidable.
Well, there certainly is coincidence at the very least in that regard, and it may have been marked. But I would say that the terrorists may have not picked this day especially, but rather this time period.
In other words, these attacks might originally have been intended even for another day.
Absolutely, and been prepared to do it tomorrow if they couldn't do it today.
What does this say about America's capacity to defend itself against this type of attack?
Our airport security is not as good as it should be. We have the only airport security system in the world that a major country has that is not totally federalized. It is the responsibility in many cases of the airlines themselves and of the local airport authorities. And that's a system that's broken and needs to be fixed.
How likely is it that there are other targets?
What we're concerned about right now is that there may be a B team, a C team, a D team, either preparing in some other part of the world for terrorist strikes tomorrow or the next day or next week, or against other cities in the United States.
How on earth does America or any other country prepare for that?
Well, I think that right now it's going to take a coordinated effort by all of the like-minded countries to take the appropriate steps to essentially destroy the terrorists and their state sponsors. This is war. It won't end until one side is totally defeated, and I don't think that's going to be the United States.
We're talking about 4 planes hijacked, even the Pentagon itself attacked. This has to represent a gross failure of US intelligence, doesn't it?
Well, of course it represents an intelligence failure, but once again, our homeland defense cannot start at our shores. And I would say that this is more a consequence of 25 years of weak policies, political policies against terrorist sponsoring countries and against terrorist organizations.
To what extent will this impact on current American defense priorities? The US right now is gearing up to spend billions and billions and billions on a missile defense system which might not work, when we've just seen low-flying commercial airliners strike at the heart of America.
I think what you've seen is the end of missile defense, or certainly a slowing down of that program in favor of homeland defense right now. I think many of the billions that were going to go to the so-called Star Wars program are now going to be diverted by Congress and the public in this country who are going to demand protection here at home.
Given the intensity of public feeling that will flow from this, is there a risk that it will hinder clear thinking in how America responds?
The U.S. is never going to be the same again. This is, it's going to change the way we get on planes in the future. It's going to change the way we view the world and even our security here at home. And it's going to be a vastly changed society if we do not take the steps right now to ensure that we deal with the problem forcefully and effectively. The worst thing that could happen is for many of the American people to think that we did not deal with this problem appropriately.
Neil Livingston, thanks for talking with us.
Thank you.
As the world rethinks the frightening capacity of international terrorism, Queensland's Premier Peter Beattie says he's determined to continue with plans for the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Brisbane in early October. Although some Queenslanders are calling for CHOGM to be abandoned because of the threat of violence in the heart of their capital, Peter Beattie says the meeting must go on in the name of democracy. The Premier joins us now live from Brisbane. Peter Beattie, I suppose the reaction of some people there, some residents there, might be understandable given the images coming out of New York and Washington today. But has there been any suggestion at the official level that there might be a rethink going on about the wisdom of holding CHOGM?
No, Kerry, there hasn't. I think it is understandable that some people would be concerned about these matters, bearing in mind what's happened in the US. But the bottom line here is very simple. If we cancel meetings like CHOGM, where do you stop? What that simply means is that terrorism wins. And we can't allow terrorism to win, because what happens next? Do we cancel the parliaments of Australia, the parliaments of Britain, the parliaments of other countries, the Congress? I mean, if terrorism doesn't see clearly that democracies are prepared to fight and to stand by their institutions, then it's all over. I mean, the fact is, democracies are like a very fragile flower. You've got to give them sunshine. If you hide them away, then that's the beginning of the end. It's that simple. And one of the most important things, Kerry, about democracies is the right of people to meet, particularly elected representatives, to discuss problems and solve them. If you lose that, then you start down that terrible road of an end to democracy.
Have you been in contact with Canberra and, for that matter, the Commonwealth about any extra measures that might need to be taken?
Well, two things. I had a discussion today with John Anderson, the acting Prime Minister, and I assured him of the Queensland Government support for a continuation of the holding of CHOGM here. We had a meeting of the CHOGM organisation, the federal body here, with state police and our state people. Yes, those bodies agreed that it would be business as usual. So the preparation is continuing. And Kerry, let me tell you this, just before I did this interview, I left a meeting of almost 700 volunteers. Those 700 volunteers are people who are volunteering to help at CHOGM. Now, they turned up. No one withdrew today. And as I said to them when I addressed them, I said they are great Australians because they value the democracy we live in and they want to do the right thing. So volunteers who are pivotal to an organisation like CHOGM, they all turned up. They didn't walk away.
But do you acknowledge that, as we've seen tragically today, that there are some things, if the determination and the resources are there, that simply can't be defended, can't be anticipated?
Well, Kerry, I think the first thing that needs to be said is that the US is not a member of the Commonwealth, so the US will not be here. And I don't say that in any disparaging way, but the United States is not a member of CHOGM, so they won't be here. The second thing is, I think all Australians were numb by what happened today. That's true, but you've got to hold the line. I mean, democracy is worth fighting for. Terrorists have got to be clearly put in their place, if I can put it in those terms. If we succumb to the lunatics and the murderers, then we will never hold an official event anywhere. There'll be no parliaments, Her Majesty the Queen will never visit, there will be no major occasions. I mean, the Prime Minister will be too scared to leave the lodge. I'm speaking hypothetically, of course. I mean, that is the end of democracy. The Prime Minister has to be able to move around. The Queen has to be able to visit. CHOGM has to meet. Our parliaments have to meet. I mean, I know this is tough. I know this is difficult. But unless we hold the line, then the very fragile fabric of the democracy, that is this fragile flower called the democracy, will simply wither and die. It's worth fighting for. If you think about it, it's been a tradition of the Anzacs. It's been what we've all fought for. Well, this is about fighting for democracy. If we walk away, then it's over.
Peter Beattie, we're out of time, but thanks for talking with us.
Thank you, Kerry.
Many countries are busily rethinking their counter-terrorist capacity in the wake of the American attacks, including Australia. In the early hours of this morning, the federal government's Counter-Terrorism Committee convened in Canberra and placed the nation on the highest state of alert, focusing increased security, particularly around US and Israeli installations. The government estimates there are more than 26,000 Australians living and visiting in the Manhattan area. The Department of Foreign Affairs says at least 50 are unaccounted for. The department hotline has been bombarded with more than 15,000 calls from people concerned for family and friends in Washington and New York.
Just a little over 2 hours after the first terrorist attack in New York, the barriers started going up in Canberra.
I can tell you that the level of alert over United States and Israeli assets and installations in Australia has been raised. to the highest level that applies in a situation where there is no actual attack.
Acting Prime Minister John Anderson activated the National Counter-Terrorism Plan in the middle of the night, declaring an exclusion zone around the US and Israeli embassies, evacuating staff and children. Security was also boosted around military bases and international airports, with flights to the United States banned until further notice. The security cordon now stretches all the way to North Queensland, where air, sea and land space around visiting former US President Bill Clinton was declared off-limits. Prime Minister John Howard's call for calm but lethal response has been echoed by his ministers back home.
This was an attack on civilisation itself.
To attack the United States in this way, the world's superpower, I think is going to have enormous ramifications for the international community.
Though even in Canberra, support for the US is not universal. Some angered by its enduring support for Israel.
The United States, as a superpower, should learn its lesson and should know that there are lots of people around the world who are extremely angry towards the United States and hate the United States because of this hypocrisy and double standard.
In the light of these terrorist attacks, questions have now been raised about Australia's capacity to guarantee the safety of 49 world leaders when they arrive here next month for the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Brisbane.
The view is that CHOGM will proceed as intended, and obviously we've been putting a fair bit of effort into the security arrangements for CHOGM already.
With US airspace closed, we don't know when Prime Minister John Howard will be able to leave Washington, though Attorney General Darryl Williams confirmed an exit plan has been devised.
The expectation is that he would be flown from Washington to the West Coast in a United States military plane.
Earlier today, US President George Bush was quoting the 23rd Psalm. Around Australia, others also turned to prayer to make sense of the day's terrifying events. Fran Kelly, ABC News, Canberra.
A 29-year-old former Adelaide man is among the thousands unaccounted for after the World Trade Center attack. Andrew Knox had been working for a construction company in New York since November and was on the 103rd floor of the first tower to be hit. The former union industrial officer told his employer by mobile phone that he was going to the roof when the line suddenly went dead.
We're hoping and praying that Andrew will walk out of a hospital soon or out of the dust and be well. Everybody that knows Andrew is praying for him and miracles do happen.
Andrew's parents returned home from New York this morning to learn of the disaster. They'd had dinner with their son on Sunday night. In Australia, security has been tightened at the Joint Defence Facility at Pine Gap near Alice Springs. Around 400 US intelligence personnel and their families are stationed in Central Australia at the high security spy facility.
The normally tight security at Pine Gap was increased even further this morning as the base went on alert following news of the attacks. Vehicles arriving at the compound at dawn were searched by members of the Australian Federal Police.
We always maintain a very high level of security. We never drop it. We are continuously patrolled area.
The Pine Gap satellite ground station is used to communicate intelligence data back to the United States. Pine Gap officials say there's no indication the base could be targeted by terrorists. The Territory government says precautions are in place.
I've been assured by our Police Commissioner that all is under control, that the appropriate measures are being taken.
Half of the 800 staff at Pine Gap are from the United States. They and their families in Alice Springs are being offered counselling.
I think all of us are feeling a bit devastated and shocked and full of disbelief.
Meanwhile, in Darwin, 4,000 US naval personnel were recalled from shore leave early overnight following the attacks. 3 ships carrying the Marines and sailors left Darwin this morning. Marcus Cheek, ABC News.
The attacks have sparked universal outrage from leaders across the globe. Russia and China joined Britain in expressing not only their condemnation, but sympathy for the victims and their families.
The attack on the United States has triggered anger, outrage and grief throughout the world.
I'm afraid we can only
Imagine the terror and the carnage there, and the many, many innocent people that will have lost their lives.
Сегодня Соединенные Штаты Америки.
Today's event in the United States of America is out of the framework of national borders. It is an impudent challenge thrown down to all humanity, at least to civilized humanity.
The simultaneous terrorist attack is a dastardly and outrageous act which has taken the precious lives of many. This is a threat not just to the United States, but to all democracies.
I've told the US President George Bush that he has Germany's unreserved solidarity. In these terrible circumstances, the French people are on the side of the American people.
As the international community came to terms with the extent of the tragedy, there was determination to find the terrorists.
There can be no doubt that these attacks are deliberate acts of terrorism, carefully planned and coordinated, and as such, I condemn them utterly. Terrorism must be fought resolutely wherever it appears.
This world must unite to fight against terrorism in all its forms and root out this modern-day evil.
But many in Pakistan welcomed the attacks, describing them as the result of American policies, with this man echoing their thoughts, saying America should not exist, it was racist and an enemy of Muslims. Elsewhere, there were moves to increase international security. A sense of helplessness has set in, with mourners in many countries expressing their sorrow in simple ways, and churches around the world offering prayers for the victims and their families. Anne-Maria Nicholson, ABC News.
And the Department of Foreign Affairs has set up a hotline number for people concerned about friends or relatives who could have been caught up in the tragedy. They're asking people to try to make contact with their loved ones, first by phone, fax or email, prior to ringing the hotline. If they fail to make contact, then they should ring 1800 00 2214. The department is taking down personal details which will be sent to Washington DC and to New York to be checked against the records of American emergency services.
Financial markets around the world have been thrown into a state of panic and confusion. The Australian stock market fell more than 4%, its biggest one-day slump since April last year. The fallout was worse in other parts of the region, with Tokyo and Hong Kong recording bigger falls. Exchanges in Malaysia, Taiwan and Thailand, fearing the worst, remained closed.
The terrorist strike that shut down Wall Street triggered panic on the world's financial markets. Scores of companies around the globe struggled to trace staff.
And it's especially shocking for people in financial markets because so many of us have colleagues and friends who are in New York City and in some cases who've been directly affected.
Australian businesses, CSR, the Commonwealth and Macquarie Bank say their staff are safe. Westfield, which operates the World Trade Centre's retail section, says all but one of its 10 staff are okay and accounted for. Investment bank Morgan Stanley was a major tenant in the building, and Solomon Smith Barney, also a tenant, say their staff are unharmed. The search for staff took place in Asia as well, where every major market was sold down. Tokyo tumbling more than 6%, Hong Kong down almost 10%. Investors fled to the traditional safe havens, gold, oil and bonds. Australia's All Ordinaries Index lost more than 100 points within half an hour to finish almost 132 points weaker, down over 4%.
The history of these things is, as much as tragedy it is, and obviously we're all incredibly concerned about that, share market-wise, it tends not to have a long-lasting effect.
Hardest hit was the insurance sector. All major insurance stocks were sold off. Investors also bailed out of airline stocks as companies around the world cancelled travel plans. Qantas slumping 9%. Westfield also suffered. In a statement, the company said it was fully insured against terrorist acts at the World Trade Centre. Insurance company NRMA says its major exposure is likely to come from investment losses on world markets
rather than reinsurance. QBE Insurance has yet to determine the extent of its exposure, saying it has substantial reserves. The Australian Investment and Financial Services Association says trade in some managed funds would be suspended because of the US disruption. Investors are bracing for another difficult time.
It's a severe test.
Time will tell whether people will recover and become stronger from it, or whether it will be a retreat back into a severe lack of confidence.
Central banks around the world pledged to pump cash into the markets to keep them functioning and stable. Treasurer Peter Costello, announcing Australia's economy grew by 0.9% in the second quarter of this year, cautioned against predicting the terrorist act would send the US into recession.
But we shouldn't overestimate it. The US is a huge economy. The tragedy here is the loss of life.
Markets were not quite so optimistic, betting central banks around the world will need to cut rates more than previously expected to revive consumer confidence.
In the bank bill market, they've actually anticipated now another 2 easings of monetary policy in Australia, so that's taking us towards the recession scenario as well.
What is certain is the US economy will at least experience short-term paralysis. Philip Lasker, ABC News.
Underlying the market turmoil today is a fear that's been growing for weeks that America and perhaps the world was already headed for recession. Even before today, the US economy had stalled and consumer confidence had been faltering despite deep interest rate cuts to kickstart the economy. Now there are fears that the already fragile confidence in the world's strongest economy will have been shattered by today's events. And that's even without the direct impact of the devastation on technology, aviation, insurance and a host of other industries. The 7:30 Report's business and economics editor Alan Kohler reports.
Not too many people talking about the economy today, but I think the general consensus is that this may be an event that pushes the economy, which is flat anyway, into recession.
Economists everywhere were struggling today to absorb the implications of what has happened. One of them was Australian Rory Robertson, who was also an eyewitness to the World Trade Center tragedy.
My immediate thought is just the idea that economies are most vulnerable when they're already weak. And the US economy stopped growing in the middle of the year. US consumer, business and investor confidence has already been under a lot of pressure, and suddenly there's this, amazing shock. And I guess a lot of people are thinking the same thing, that this is the sort of thing where this can dampen confidence further, and you'd have businesses and consumers and investors hunkering down further, which is a nightmare for the Fed.
Financial markets have been reacting to the uncertainty and the turmoil in the way they always do, by falling. But investors and economists the world over are now holding their breath about whether American consumers will react to the uncertainty as well.
I think Americans are going to try and resume life as normal. What we are going to see, however, is a curtailment of some freedoms at airports, at shopping malls, etc., which inevitably will have some effect on consumer spending and sentiment.
It has been the American consumer that has basically held the US economy together once the tech bubble burst. The danger is now that consumer spending will fall, and that will tip the American economy into recession, and with that, have repercussions right around the world.
Financial market operators are now recalling that in 1990 it was the Gulf War that helped tip the world into recession, both because of the uncertainty and the impact of higher fuel prices.
The Gulf War tipped the US economy into the last recession. It could be that this one is what does it this time round. But we'll be watching very closely developments in the US economy, and we know that central banks have announced that they will do what is necessary to keep liquidity to the market, so that will be very important. And markets are now speculating very quickly that the US will move to cut interest rates, and in fact other central banks around the world may follow.
In 1990, high interest rates had already started pushing the world into recession, something the Gulf War finished off. This time, interest rates are already low and heading lower. Markets are now convinced that the US Federal Reserve Board will cut interest rates by another 0.5%.
The US Treasury Secretary Paul O'Neill, he's in Japan at the moment and is to return to the United States. He's had discussions not only with the chairman of the Fed, Alan Greenspan, but with the various securities regulators. Their key goal now, of course, to restore confidence in the system, to maintain confidence in the business and markets of the United States. And to do that, the Fed has made it clear it will pump whatever money is necessary or needed into the system.
So far, we've seen a decline in other markets around the world of between 5 and 10%. There has been some kind of partial recovery in the last little bit. The global central banks are providing enough liquidity for all the industries and also to protect the integrity of the markets. My sense is that we won't see the kind of collapse in the equity markets that some people fear. That we can limit the impact on markets from this event.
However, there are two industries that are clearly going to be hit hard: insurance and aviation.
The shares of our parent company in Switzerland dropped dramatically late yesterday on the Swiss exchange, and insurance stocks globally will have been hit like that. The costs will be massive in terms of financial cost, but in terms of its ultimate effect, no, it's simply much more difficult to assess an incident like this. You can make an estimate of the impact of a tropical cyclone on a building, but not the impact of an aircraft on a building.
The airline industry, meanwhile, was already on the ropes.
We'd already experienced in the last 2 or 3 months probably one of the more dramatic downturns in aviation economics of certainly of the last 20 years or so. And coming on top of it, this appears likely to certainly to depress that even further. The next week or two, there'll be very significant stayaways, people just not wanting to travel. And we've already heard today that some of the major corporates in the United States are actually banning corporate travel totally.
And if that sort of reaction spreads through the business world, slowdown will become recession.
Now, to wrap up the day on local markets, the All Ordinaries Index has closed at 16-month low. Falls hit virtually all sectors, banks buffeted by concerns about the global economy and insurers by the monetary cost of the American tragedy. Qantas fell on likely reductions in Trans-Pacific passenger traffic. Companies with exposure to the US market were among those hardest hit. But rising prices for gold and oil boosted the shares of local producers. Sharper falls in Hong Kong and Tokyo took those markets below 10,000 points, leaving the Nikkei at its lowest for almost 18 years. In late commodities trading, gold has eased, but oil is marginally higher, and the Aussie dollar has risen slightly against the greenback to be 51.7 US cents. The head of the Islamic community in Australia has expressed his feelings of sympathy to the American people. Speaking after his daily prayers today at Sydney's Lakemba Mosque, Mufti Taj al-Hilali described the attacks as horrific. Sheikh al-Hilali said he could not conceive that any Muslim person was responsible for the attacks.
This action in America, 100% from American gangs. Not Middle East American.
You can't see that somebody of one of your people would be responsible for a crime of this kind?
Nothing, God.
For the hundreds of passengers on the hijacked aircrafts, terrifying last minutes. One man on board a United Airlines flight managed to speak to his family just before his plane crashed near Pennsylvania. Mark Bingham spoke to his mother while on board Flight 93 as the last minutes of his life ticked away.
That I love you very, very much in case I don't see you again.
I said that.
That the plane has been taken over by hijackers. And then I said, well, we love you very much too, Mark. Let me go get your mother.
I got on the phone, Mark, and he said, hi, Mom, this is Mark Bingham. Giving me his last name. And he said, I want to let you know that I love you. And I'm flying. I think he said I'm in the air. I'm calling you on the air phone of the airplane.
In his seat.
I presume so. he said, I want you to know I love you very much, and I'm calling you from the plane. We've been taken over. There are 3 men that say they have a bomb. And I said, well, who are they, Mark? And he repeated that he loved me, and he said, I don't think he said, I don't know who they are. He became distracted there as if someone was speaking to him. And he said, it's something to the effect of, it's true. And then the phone went dead.
The tragedy of that family is, of course, just one story. Amongst all the chaos, family and friends continue their frantic search for loved ones. But as time goes on, there are fears that many children will be left orphaned as the grim reality of the atrocity starts to hit home.
These are children who go to school right across from the Twin Towers. They were evacuated during the chaos. The faces of innocence, worried and frightened.
What did you hear?
I heard a big boom.
What happened then?
And it sort of shaked.
Some kids were crying because their mom and dad were upstairs.
Among the people inside the burning towers, this little girl's father.
I was scared that my dad was still in there.
You still don't know.
Her name is Jane Schoenholt, her mother Brenda, and sister Remy.
Well, my husband works in the World Trade Center, so it was more him.
Right across the street.
And she was in the school right down there.
What went through your mind?
I love you very much.
A lot of people I know are dying.
I just want my dad, I want my animals.
Her dad, Steve Schoenholt, runs a restaurant on the concourse level of the Twin Towers. He spoke to his family by phone this morning after the first explosion.
Why didn't he evacuate?
Because he thinks he's too tough for those terrorists.
But they haven't heard from their father since.
So let's go find him. Come on.
We follow them for blocks and blocks throughout the disaster zone.
I'm just used to walking over here and just seeing, the Twin Towers. It's scary to see just smoke. And that's it. I mean, that's my home, and it's gone.
Just a few blocks from their home,
Everyone back on the sidewalk, please.
were stopped by police.
Fortunately, right now, until we know that it's safe, we're asking everyone to move back.
Now, the people that were evacuated from the World Trade Center, where would they be right now?
Unfortunately, they are all over.
Officer, they're looking for their father who was in the building.
I understand. Unfortunately, my wife is in the building, and I still haven't heard from my wife. So.
On a cell phone, they call to see if Steve has turned up at one of his other restaurants.
Hi, is Steve there? Steve. Yeah, okay.
Does that mean he's gone, or is he still alive?
No, she just hasn't heard from him.
They continue their desperate search, past the rubble, past the screaming rescue vehicles, and then more barricades.
Okay, this is a secure location,
You
so
can't
we can
get in.
step aside and walk.
Oh.
It's a yellow light.
A secure location?
How do you feel right now?
I'm scared that my dad, we might not find him. I feel like he's alive. I just want to find him and make sure.
They run into one of their neighbors who points them toward a police command center several blocks away.
And tell them your situation and that they will escort you to your house.
Yes,
Right there at Pier
Okay.
40.
Dan.
Thank you.
It's another long walk, and at the end, it once again seems fruitless.
And do you know anything about when we'll be able to get in there to get our animals?
There's nothing here.
But then, as Brenda is in the middle of another desperate phone call trying to find her
Good
husband,
to do that. We'll do it then.
What?
one little happy ending on a day with so much anguish
See,
and so much
In the
heart.
building, I cried the whole way. I saw it coming down.
You don't know.
In New York tonight, the disbelief at today's events goes on. It's early morning now and the extent of the damage is clear. President George W. Bush has vowed revenge once those responsible are found. The ABC's North American correspondent, Craig McMurtry, filed this report from New York.
Oh my God! Oh, jeez! Oh, my God!
There was no warning, no heightened state of alert, no preparation for anything like this. a commercial passenger jet slams into one of New York's signature World Trade Center towers. It was in fact following another jet that had gone into the South Tower minutes before, both commuter aircraft hijacked. As startled authorities scramble to close airports and order all flights to land, unbelievably, a third passenger jet slams into the Pentagon in Washington, and a fourth crashes southeast of Pittsburgh. The 4 aircraft carry 266 souls. In downtown Manhattan, chaos. People desperate to escape cling to the side of the crippled skyscrapers until the last.
One at a time in different parts of the building. I just started seeing people just drop. And I must have counted like 30 or 40 people, you know.
Emergency workers scrambled to evacuate the thousands believed to be trapped inside. And then an image that simply defies words. 110 floors of concrete, steel and glass folding like paper, and a massive suffocating cloud that consumes downtown Manhattan.
Take them in the kitchen, rinse them down! Get everybody, yeah, that's a good idea.
Both towers are erased.
Can't even look at it. Because all I can see are people. I don't see a building, I see people. People hurt. Children without mothers and fathers tonight.
US leaders evacuated from the White House and Congress acknowledged the deadliest and most coordinated terrorist attack in US history. Like Pearl Harbor, they call it an act of war.
Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
Up to 50,000 people are believed to work in the Twin Towers. Hours later, no one, including New York's shocked mayor, has any idea of the likely death toll.
I don't think we yet know the pain that we're going to feel when we find out who we lost.
And it isn't over. Hours later, a third building of 40 stories collapses. Tonight, with much of New York shut down, hospitals are struggling to deal with the injured. There are reports of 78 police and 200 firefighters missing. And as gruesome as it sounds, it could just be the beginning. When the daylight returns, a grisly recovery operation will begin, on a scale never seen before.
Tonight I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil.
It was the day New York's skyline and America changed forever. September 11, 2001. Craig McMurtry, ABC News, New York.
One of the thorniest questions in the wake of today's carnage is how the massive United States intelligence establishment failed to have any inkling of this devastating attack. London-based Arab journalist Abdel Bari Atwan says he was warned of an impending terrorist attack 3 weeks ago. Here's what he had to say during an interview with CNN late this afternoon.
Tell us a little bit more about this warning. There have been many others, haven't there?
Well, actually, I believe this could be a work of consortium of many organizations, Islamic organizations, which they declared war against the United States. You know, the anti-American feeling is very high now in the Middle East and the Muslim world because what's happening on the occupied territories, and many people accuse the United States of actually helping the Israeli and protecting them. So the groups like Bin Laden and other Islamic fundamentalists, actually, they would like to come out and say, look, you know, we are targeting the United States. The United States is supporting the Muslim and Arab enemies, which is the Israeli, and we are taking revenge of what's happening. So we learned from sources that, you know, they are really at work to hit American target, but nobody expected that this target will be in New York itself or in the Pentagon. So the place of the attacks was surprising to everybody.
Abdel Bari, Osama bin Laden has been said to be really trying to turn Afghanistan not only into what he would term a pure Islamic state, but into a base where there are people who would support exporting, if you will, his brand of Islamic revolution?
Well, actually, you know, I interviewed Osama bin Laden on Afghanistan in November 1996, and I did see his camps and his followers there. You know, the man is ruthless, and, you know, he believes that he should declare war against the United States. And this kind of appeal, this kind of call actually appealed to many young Muslims all over the world. And he recently managed to recruit a lot of those highly educated Arabs who were even educated in the United States itself and some Western countries. So I'm not surprised if he is surrounded with experts in different fields. And we noticed that the attack against the American destroyer Cole in the seaport of Aden was highly sophisticated attack, highly sophisticated on the bombing, the information gathering, and the monitoring of the movement of the American warships. So I'm not surprised if those highly intelligent people, highly educated people actually were behind the planning of the attacks against the World Trade Center.
You know, when people look at this and they see it in the narrow confines of one day, people saw Palestinians standing up and cheering these attacks in Nablus, in refugee camps in South Lebanon, where they've languished for half a century. When they look at that, on one hand, it creates a sense of anger. And there has to be a sense as well from some among the Arab world that this is not going to lead to an improvement in the situation, and certainly not a change in the U.S. position.
Jim, you are absolutely right, but we have to put into our consideration there are 300 million Arabs, and those people are very few who actually were dancing in the streets, whether in Nablus or in refugee camps in Lebanon. The Palestinians definitely will suffer because of these attacks, because they want the American involvement in the peace process to be revived. And they want America to be the sponsor of the peace process and to intervene and put an end to the Israeli aggression against their people there. So we cannot say those people representing the Arabs, but, you know, we have to ask our questions, you know, why America is targeted, why the American people are targeted. Definitely there is something wrong in the American foreign policies. So these wrongs has to be readdressed, has to be rectified. And we want more involvement from the United States on the Arab-Israeli conflict, to revive the peace process, to put an end to the Israeli atrocities. Also, there are Palestinians killed in the West Bank and Gaza Strip every day by the Israeli tanks, by the Israeli missiles. So we have to understand the frustration of some people, but this doesn't mean that we should support any terrorist acts against innocent Americans in New York, in Washington, anywhere in the world. It is a terrorist act. Everybody condemned in the Middle East.
While the United States mourns, a key question remains. What will be the reaction of the Bush administration to this devastating attack? To discuss America's possible response, I'm joined from London by the editor of Jane's Defence Weekly, Clifford Beale. Clifford Beale, what light can you shed on the options that America would be considering right now?
Well, I think as the dust literally settles in New York and Washington, very hard questions are now being asked as to, first, who did this, and secondly, how did they do it? How did they manage to breach supposedly adequate security? Unfortunately, I also think there's a lot of hand-wringing going on right now at the White House and at the Pentagon, because certainly the U.S. response will be very constrained into what it could actually achieve. The Bush administration will be under tremendous internal domestic pressure to hit back hard. But I think President Bush is going to have to resist that and think very hard about what the real options are going to be. Everyone knows that no one has claimed responsibility for this action yet. There are suspects, but there is yet nothing definitive as to say that this is Osama bin Laden's group. I don't think state-sponsored terrorism can be ruled out either at this point. There are quite a few likely suspects. Again, the Clinton administration had fired cruise missiles on bin Laden's outpost in Afghanistan with only partial results. He was not hit. You might also recall that cruise missiles were fired at a supposed chemical bomb factory in Sudan, which turned out to be an error. I think the thing here to bear in mind is that there has been a very long-standing failure in human intelligence capabilities in the United States. For the past 10 years, huge sums of money have been devoted to what's called national technical means, that is, spy satellites. That has come largely at the expense of the old-fashioned Cold War style of spycraft, and that is contacts on the ground, operating agent networks, penetrating groups, spending 5-6 years to get inside extremism around the world. These have all been shortchanged, and I think this is a possibly major contributing factor to the horror that's happened yesterday.
But George Bush will be under huge pressure to deliver some form of satisfaction to the American public. If he does declare war on terrorism as such, it becomes a war fought on new frontiers, doesn't it? New rules. If there are any rules at all, it becomes an entirely unpredictable effort.
It is a war, but a war unlike any war America or any other nation has ever fought, and it will really be a war of shadows. And this is why I think one really must stress the intelligence element to what the Western world is facing.
But shadows that could be cast on any part of the world. In other words, the entire world potentially becomes the landscape for this war.
That's correct. I mean, again, this comes really as no surprise to anybody in the defense and security community anywhere in the world. There have been numerous conferences, books, discussions about what is called asymmetric warfare. This is a textbook example of asymmetric warfare, hitting at the soft underbelly of a developed, industrialized, heavily urbanized and heavily technological society. People had been expecting weapons of mass destruction. Instead, we had something which was relatively low-tech, but extremely effective and devastating.
But if America engages to the full in this new shadow war, is it a war America can win? Is it a war anyone can win?
I think it's a war that will be extremely difficult to prosecute. And it will require immense amounts of patience and I would say a fair amount of money as well, particularly in increasing the intelligence gathering capabilities and also cooperating with other countries around the world to redouble their efforts to anticipate the actions of extremist groups.
George W. Bush has indicated that he will now be targeting not just terrorist groups, but countries that continue to harbour terrorist groups and refuse to give them up. That in itself conjures up potentially a frightening spectre, particularly if you consider that you might be encompassing new countries, a country like Pakistan, for instance.
Well, I think it was, in that instance, it was barely code speak for a shot across the bows to the Taliban regime in Afghanistan, possibly even the government of Pakistan, which supports the Taliban. The United States government, now into the second consecutive U.S. administration, has been terribly frustrated with trying to put pressure on the Taliban regime to give up Osama bin Laden and to curtail his activities with no success. And I think the frustration now has reached the breaking point. In light of President Bush's speech last night, I think Taliban is probably very nervous. Equally so, the geographics of Afghanistan are quite clear to anyone who looks at a map. It's be very difficult for American forces to get in there short of using standoff weapons such as cruise missiles.
Is it still just possible that this could have been the work of some domestic group inside the United States?
I think any analyst who must keep an open mind about this until more information comes out. My personal opinion is that I think the chance is remote because in light of the Oklahoma bombing, the FBI has pretty much swept up most of the radical elements in the United States in the past few years and have had the remaining ones under surveillance. It cannot be ruled out, but I think it's a fairly remote possibility.
Clifford Beale, thanks very much for making the time to talk to us.
It's daybreak in the US, where Americans will again try to comprehend what has happened to their country. The terrible carnage unfolded during just 2.5 hours. Between 7:59 a.m. and 8:14 local time, 3 of the 4 planes took off, 2 from Boston, 1 from New Jersey. They circled, one going as far as the American Midwest. Then they zeroed in on their targets. At 8:45, American Airlines Flight 11 crashed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. 18 minutes later, United Airlines Flight 175 hit the South Tower. The nation was still reeling when a third plane, American Airlines Flight 77, crashed into the Pentagon building in Washington. By this time, the world was watching live television, horrified. But worse was to come. The South Tower collapsed. Manhattan disappeared in a plume of dust and smoke as thousands fled the downtown area of the world's financial capital. Blow followed blow, and 10 minutes later, the fourth hijacked plane, United Flight 93, believed to be making for the presidential retreat at Camp David, slammed into woodland 130 kilometres southeast of Pittsburgh. And barely half an hour later, the final blow. The North Tower collapsed on itself, sending so many more to their deaths. Across Australia, people are sharing the world's feelings of shock, disbelief and grief at the tragic events in the United States. Many Australians have been closely watching the unfolding news on their television screens in homes and workplaces. Some have been frantically ringing friends and relatives in the US to find out if they're safe.
Around Australia, there's a sense of unease.
You'd have to be concerned that there could be more to come out of this.
It's traumatising, yeah. Like, there's so many would-ofs and could-ofs.
Everyone's in total shock. They don't really know where it's going to end or what the outcome will be. It's just horrific. I don't think we'll ever forget this day.
Just last year in Sydney, these screens were used to beam pictures of the Olympic Games to cheering crowds. Today they've been re-erected, but instead of bringing images of goodwill, they are showing vision of a tragedy. For some Australians, these faraway events have been brought closer to home as they try to track down friends and loved ones.
I work for a bank, so there's people in the office over there.
Have you found out yet how those people are?
Yeah, we have. We found out that the three that are over there are okay. I haven't found out about my friend's boyfriend, who's actually a firefighter in New York, so I don't know.
I've got a niece who's been living in New York, but just before I left for work this morning, I found that she was actually in Texas, so we're all quite pleased to hear that.
But I just pray for those that died. I feel very sorry for the passengers and crew of the planes.
Emergency workers are toiling around the clock as the fires are gradually extinguished and the smoke finally clears from the World Trade Center. This report just in from the American ABC details the frustrating search for survivors and the grim realities of such a tragedy.
Throughout the night, NYPD and fire department workers continued their efforts, exhausted and distraught at the hundreds of their own still missing since the collapse, and discouraged at their inability to get in to help.
It's got to be frustrating for you knowing that there are other firemen who are in that area.
Yeah, you can't see all you see is rubble from the buildings. You can't see where anybody would be or what exactly happened. More than frustrating, it's just devastating. I mean, you just don't know what happened to how many brother firefighters that you know, and there's tons of civilians in there, I'm sure.
It is about 10:45 at night, and this line of semi-trucks right here, we were just told by a driver and by a police officer, are to be loaded with the bodies.
Half a dozen 50-foot-long trucks, a chilling hint at what the devastation rescue workers anticipate to find. It was well after 1 a.m. before workers received the okay to enter Ground Zero and began the rescue and recovery effort. Firefighters watered down the still burning embers while crews assigned to cleaning the rubble began their enormous task. As the smoke cleared, we saw vehicles melted by the fire, litter and debris covering everything. In what was just yesterday the shadow of the World Trade Center, a torn and tattered flag waves from a gray, ashy light pole.
Now let's go live to CNN, where a press conference is being held at one of the major hospitals in New York.
First, thank all New Yorkers and people from literally throughout the world who came to the hospital yesterday to volunteer their services. Doctors, nurses, just people off the street. We had over 800 people in line at one point in time to give blood. The mayor's office was kind enough to provide buses so we could bring them to other sites to donate that blood. Today, we are still in need of blood. All of New York is in need of blood donations. You should go to the New York Blood Center or the Red Cross, and we will provide those addresses to you. We can't stress enough that thanks to all of the volunteers, our neighborhood residents here in Greenwich Village, off to behind my left, there are still tables set up where neighborhood residents are making sandwiches, bringing food. It's truly unbelievable, the outpouring of New Yorkers and the help that they have been. If anyone wants to give blood, we will provide that information to you. We've also received an inordinate amount of clothing through the night. We are very grateful for that, but we are really not in any need of any more of that right now. So we would just like to thank folks for that. It is very important to note that the trauma of this, from a psychological perspective, is going to be hitting New Yorkers more and more today. We particularly encourage parents to talk with their children. I went home for a few hours last night, and I have to tell you, at 2 o'clock in the morning, my teenage children and younger needed to talk. And it's very important that we encourage all parents to do that. In an effort to help with that, we have 3 mental health hotlines that are manned 24 hours a day. We will provide you with those numbers as well. There are many mental health crisis lines. We encourage all New Yorkers to take advantage of this. We have all suffered a terrible trauma in this city. We need to understand it and our feelings and to talk about it. So we encourage New Yorkers to take advantage of these. We have facilities in Westchester, Manhattan, and Staten Island that are manned 24 hours a day for this. We could take questions. There were no additional survivors brought here during the night. We did receive a number of firefighters, police officers, and paramedics, again, mostly with the corneal abrasions and literally lacerations on their hands. I don't know exactly what time it was, but during the night, we did receive the firefighters and paramedics. Yeah, I'll let Dr. Westfall speak to that.
Yes. Well, I don't know about amputation, but to provide additional medical care, we did. We had about 2 crews of about a dozen doctors that went down to there to assist with treating patients. We also had a group, I believe, of about 4 physicians that went up to the Javits Center very late in the night to treat additional patients that were brought there, as they had requested help.
2 militant groups, the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine and another group known as Lashkar-e-Toiba, claimed responsibility for the terrorist attacks today, only to retract their statements later. It's suggested that Lashkar-e-Toiba, or the Army of the Pure, has close ties to Osama bin Laden. To find out more on that subject, we're joined by Professor Paul Wilkinson, a terrorist expert in Scotland. Paul Wilkinson, who do you think are the most likely suspects?
I think that the Middle East connection is pretty strong, because the very fact that these hijackers turned themselves into suicide bombers suggests that they were not domestic American opponents of the federal government. They were not people from parts of the world where there are secular movements using terrorism. It suggests that these are extremist, fundamentalist Muslims, Islamists, who have used suicide bombing in cars and other vehicles, but so far, although they've threatened to use aircraft, this is the first time that they have used airliners as a vehicle for suicide bombing. And as we see, it has the most horrendous consequences. They have created carnage on a scale which is unprecedented in the history of terrorism.
One assumes that behind this terrible event, there had to be great planning and a lot of resources, not something that you might expect to come from a small organisation or group, something that, that had to have powerful interests behind it.
I think that it certainly doesn't come from a small, inconsequential group. It could have come from a state sponsor, and one can't discount that possibility. There are regimes that hate America and hate American policies, for example, in the Middle East, and that can't be ruled out. But I think the prime suspects are the Osama bin Laden organization, Al-Qaeda, which means the base, which is in fact a transnational network, very well funded, with a number of fanatical followers in cell structures scattered around the world, with adequate access to weapons, to explosives, and experience of planning destructive terrorist events. For example, the Bin Laden organization masterminded the East African embassy bombings in August 1998, and a recent trial in New York convicted a number of their followers, of Bin Laden's followers, of their involvement in those terrible attacks, in which, if you remember, almost as many people were killed as died in the Lockerbie bombing of 1988. So this is a group with a track record of indiscriminate casualties among the civilian population. They have never expressed any remorse for that. They don't have any compunction about creating vast numbers of casualties among the civilian population. And we also have to remember that this group recently promised that it would be carrying out a spectacular attack against the United States.
Why has Bin Laden?
I think that would be.
Why has Bin Laden himself been so hard to nail down? How has he so successfully been able to elude a country with the power of the United States?
Well, Bin Laden has been clever enough to distance himself from the actual operations of these terrorist attacks in various countries. He deals with a network which has cells which recruit from other like-minded movements, like the Islamic group in Egypt, Islamic Jihad, and the GIA in Algeria, all extremist groups with a long terrorist record. And I think that he has been cunning in telling the Taliban regime that he's not involved in these things. The Taliban regime, of course, are repeating the message that they gave during the wake of the East African embassy crisis. That is, they're saying that Osama bin Laden didn't have anything to do with it. However, on this occasion, they have said they favor an investigation of these attacks in the United States. If they're genuine about that, they should be prepared to hand over bin Laden for questioning. And I think great pressure should be brought to bear on the Afghan regime and on Pakistan, which supports the Taliban and has enabled the Taliban to spread its power in Afghanistan. So that the Taliban regime is made to hand him over. I think that would be the best solution in terms of dealing with bin Laden.
If the United States is able to convince itself beyond reasonable doubt that bin Laden is ultimately responsible for these attacks, one assumes that the pressure will be almost irresistible on the United States administration to actually bring this man personally to heel. What are the odds that they will be able to do that, particularly if the Taliban does not cooperate?
Well, great pressure could be brought to bear on the Taliban regime to cooperate. I think that there are smart economic sanctions that could be used and have not been tried yet to bring further pressure. And as I said, pressure could be brought on those countries like Pakistan, which have been helping the Taliban regime to survive. I think we should also recognize that the international community can exert a great deal of pressure on bin Laden's followers and cell structure in other countries. And already there is a great deal of intelligence information in European countries and many other parts of the world about the activities of bin Laden linked cells. I think with the pooling of that information and a greatly enhanced intelligence effort, there is a chance that the leader of this organization will be brought to justice. And if indeed he is guilty of masterminding these latest atrocities, then he will be arraigned before a court with the kind of severity of violations against human rights in his record that would compare with some of the worst dictators of the last century. For example, Milosevic, Saddam Hussein, people who've been responsible for the deaths of thousands of people. So I think we should try to use the international cooperation that has been so forthcoming in the statements by government leaders after these atrocities in America, build on that by getting maximum cooperation to bring those responsible to justice. That is the best solution for a rule of law society, a democratic society like the United States.
Paul Wilkinson, thank you very much for talking with us.
Immediate past US President Bill Clinton is in far north Queensland tonight at the end of a charity visit to Australia. He's been fishing at the resort town of Port Douglas, but said a short time ago he spent last night glued to the television, grieving for his fellow Americans. Mr. Clinton has sent a note of support to President George W. Bush and says he'll do anything he can to help, even if it means picking up bricks or donating blood.
People in New York, places I know well, and the people in the Pentagon who served this country loyally, including during the 8 years I was president. So it's a heartbreaking thing. I think it's important that we concentrate now on all those rescue operations and that Americans support them in whatever way we can. I think we got to support the reconstruction, and I believe the American people will support doing whatever's necessary to bring back New York and of course, the Pentagon. And finally, I thought the President made a fine address to the country. I agree with what he said, and I think it's absolutely imperative that the American people demonstrate to the whole world our unity. He'll have some challenging decisions to make. They're working hard to find out what the facts are. And I think now is the time for all of us just to join together and say that a lot of innocent people were killed by an evil force. And we're going to stand together against it until justice is done and accountability is had, until we can make the world a safer place for other decent people. So I, for one, am determined to do whatever I can to be supportive, and I think all Americans feel that way.
While New York residents and office workers fled the scene of the attacks as soon as they could, the city's emergency workers faced the difficult and deadly task of heading towards the carnage to carry out an unprecedented rescue effort. But hundreds of them seem to have paid the ultimate price for their heroic efforts.
An unprecedented terrorist attack. While thousands fled for safety, New York City firefighters were heading straight into the blast.
As soon as this happened, people were calling on the phone, every station in the city, how can I help, how can I help?
But with buildings of this size and fires of this magnitude, on this day, even their best wasn't enough.
We tried our best, and it was just too much. It was unbelievable. For me, it was.
When the towers showed signs of collapsing, they scrambled to escape. Most made it, but some couldn't get out fast enough. Exactly how many, we may not know for days.
Firehouse.
But what about the others? At this station, calls started pouring in.
Unfortunately, we don't really have much to tell them.
In all the chaos, there would be no quick answers, just firefighters looking for their lost brothers.
Get our brothers.
Get our brothers. A couple brothers are also trapped down there.
It's a scene of frustration and fear. Trucks as far as the eye can see, blocked from going back. And a triage center, already seeing too many firefighters.
Have you ever heard of an incident where so many firemen and so many policemen were hurt?
No, and I used to work at EMS many years ago, and no, I mean,
Firemen were coming in and telling us that there were 3 rescue companies that never made it out.
As of tonight, as many as 200 firefighters are feared to be dead. Many are missing, and still, the rescue effort has barely begun.
The Twin Towers of the World Trade Center collapsed just minutes after they were hit by the second plane. It could take weeks for engineers to determine what caused their instantaneous destruction, but they speculate it wasn't the impact of the planes, but the heat of the fire.
Why did the towers collapse as quickly and as suddenly as they did? Engineers from the original firm that built the towers told ABC they can only guess at this point, but they believe that the collisions themselves, the plane hitting building number 1 and the plane that smashed into building number 2, by themselves, they did not cause the collapse. It was the fire, they say, the intense fire and heat from the explosions that brought the buildings down. Temperatures inside could have built up to 1,600 degrees Fahrenheit. At that temperature, steel loses its strength and steel beams connect every floor to the outside walls. As it got hotter, the beams got weaker, and the hot air inside began to push and press against the outside walls until the outside walls just buckled, snapped, and released the top floor, which fell onto the floor below, and the entire building sinks in a straight vertical, the floors falling faster and faster down, until you notice that every floor in the building is gone. Viewed from another angle, you can see the same thing. Notice the aerial stays vertical, just stays straight as it sinks into the building. There's no buckling or tipping, just straight down. And this happened in both buildings. The first tower, too, stayed straight as it went down, each floor falling neatly on top of the other. So the reason the towers went so quickly is because all the floors were literally hanging onto the skin. And once the skin went, the buildings went too.
In other news today, the situation for embattled airline Ansett has gone from bad to worse. After an early setback with main rival Qantas unwilling to take on Ansett's problems, late today, the announcement from parent company Air New Zealand that Ansett had gone into voluntary administration. And as Nick Johnson reports, the airline's 17,000 employees are already preparing for the worst.
It seems Ansett's problems are too great for even Qantas to take on. After much speculation it would buy its stricken rival, Qantas announced today the deal wouldn't proceed. In a statement, Qantas Chief Executive Jeff Dixon said, "While understanding the difficulties facing Ansett staff, we could not in any way find a way to go forward with a purchase. Ansett's problems are far too great for Qantas to take on." Air New Zealand immediately announced plans to liquidate Ansett and set up a new cut-price airline, Ansett 2. But that deal also fell over after the Australian government refused to underwrite the proposal, forcing Air New Zealand to pursue other options.
During the day, we have received expressions of interest in Ansett from other potential purchasers. We are now seeking Australian government underwriting to pursue those prospects with urgency.
Acting Prime Minister John Anderson is yet to respond to Air New Zealand's latest proposal, except to say his priority remains the future of Ansett's 17,000 employees. But late today, maintenance workers in Melbourne were preparing for the worst.
Basically, we were told just to personal belongings, anything that belongs to us, just to take it out for the time being.
Most of the people have been here a long time, and for this to happen, it's devastating news for everybody.
This is how these people operate. They use you and then abuse you.
Already unions have vowed to boycott Air New Zealand if it doesn't come up with a plan to save Ansett. Tonight, Air New Zealand confirmed Ansett would be placed in the hands of administrators PricewaterhouseCoopers, while bids for the company are assessed. The move won't affect Ansett's operations, but unless a buyer can be found quickly, the airline appears doomed. Nick Johnston, ABC News, Melbourne.
Back on America's tragedy, it's now more than 20 hours since the attacks on the World Trade Center buildings and the Pentagon. And as New Yorkers wake to a new day, the city's skyline has changed forever. The Empire State, now the city's tallest building again. Rescue efforts have continued throughout the night. Many people still trapped in the basement of the former Twin Tower office block. And there are fears more high-rise buildings around the Trade Center could collapse. Officials estimate the death toll could climb into the tens of thousands. with up to 40,000 people working in the World Trade Center towers and 20,000 in the Pentagon building. An estimated 300 firefighters are missing and at least 85 police officers. The city of Manhattan remains isolated with bridges and tunnels closed.
Now, a brief check of tomorrow's national weather. A few showers for Sydney, partly cloudy with possible evening showers in Adelaide, becoming fine in Melbourne. It should be fine in the other capital cities. And that's where we will leave our coverage of the disastrous terrorist attack in America. We continue reports now with CNN. We'll be back with any major developments, and at 9:30, a special edition of Foreign Correspondent and Lateline.
That horrible carnage.
And reports this morning, Vince, that rescuers are hearing the voices of people who were trapped underneath the rubble. They have a sense that there are people alive, and reports on New York radio, people inside the rubble trapped and talking to rescuers, talking to family members on their cell phones as they wait and wonder if rescue will come in time. Fires are still burning in that rubble as we speak. You know, you talk about what the situation is on the ground, and you get a sense of people's suffering and the tragedy and the panic yesterday. CNN's Deborah Farrick takes a look at the victims and, in particular, the firefighters lost.
Many of the 300 firefighters missing and feared dead were believed to be inside the World Trade Center when it collapsed.
When I can't find anybody from 5 rescues and 7 squads, and it's just it's a devastating thing. I don't know. Well, the fire department will recover, but I don't know how.
Arriving first on scene, they ran into the burning towers, carrying hoses and trying to get people to safety.
The horror of it all is all the first alarm, second alarm, third alarm, fifth alarm companies. They're all in there. And there's a lot of companies are wiped out, from what I understand.
Fire engines were crushed, a strategic command center silenced, and several of the highest-ranking fire officials buried beneath tons of dust and steel.
I don't know what to say. We lost people that have given over 40 years.
Those who got out in time went back, injuries and all, to search for their friends. Others off duty grabbed their gear and raced to help dig out any possible survivors.
My brother works in the 91st floor. My brother, and he's unaccounted for at this time. So I'm just, doing a lot of praying.
Praying amidst an unnatural silence.
That's probably what amazed me the most. There was no people to be seen. Even the dogs couldn't find people.
At firehouses in Manhattan, there were flowers and mourning as everyone waited, holding out hope.
They should have been here already. The rig is not back. They're not back. They should have been back.
More than 30 police officers also died. Choking back tears, several firefighters summed up the catastrophe.
These are your buddies.
We lost a lot of friends today. A lot of friends.
A loss that will be shared by all New Yorkers. Deborah Farrick, CNN, New York.
Vince, we've got a wide shot which gives the context and the perspective of the damage of the World Trade Center, which no longer exists now. Those twin towers crushed. That is the rubble that you're seeing between apartment buildings and high-rises which remain in the surrounding area as the rescue efforts still go on.
You know, as we look at this, I can't help but think this is not somewhere else in the world. This is New York City, USA. And we are seeing this on our soil, on our turf. And it's still difficult to digest almost a day later.
As we watch the sun rise over this devastation, knowing that there are likely still people alive, as we've been hearing this morning, rescue workers are saying that they do hear voices underneath that rubble as they try to get to people on time. They still have no idea how many people are trapped, how many people killed, but they are very sure that it is in the thousands. This is obviously the heart of the financial center of the world, and in Washington, the devastation to the central military operation in the United States, the Pentagon, if we can take that live picture, if we have it available. Still fires, Vince, burning there this morning.
You can see some of the damage. You can have that Pentagon live shot. You see some of the damage there as well, and there it is. As firefighters still working, and as you mentioned, Carol, fires still burning there, and just a chunk of those of that ring, of the rings that surround the Pentagon, taken away. Carol.
5 stories there and several stories underneath, and this jet plane plowing into, as you said, the inner circle of the Pentagon. this military complex. And we will be obviously covering this throughout the day. 800 people, they think, died at the Pentagon alone, but still counting the devastation and the damage there. We leave you now this morning as our coverage continues, remembering the victims of this tragic terrorist attack.
This is CNN.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Paula Zahn in New York City this morning. And Miles O'Brien will be joining us from Atlanta a little bit later on. It is almost 22 hours after the unspeakable terrorist incident that has forever changed New York City. You're looking at pictures of some of the rubble, what is left of the 107 Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. New Yorkers just beginning to grasp the enormous devastation wrought in their city. Some 1,450 victims are now admitted to area hospitals. The mayor says that a horrendous number of lives have been lost here. Some city officials saying those numbers will go into the thousands. About the only encouraging news this morning are reports that some of the victims trapped in the rubble have established cell phone contact with their family members. And late last night, two New York City police were rescued from a surrounding area of around this perimeter area this morning. We are also going to show you a picture of Washington right now, where we are told the Pentagon fire is now under control. Experts there estimating the death toll could go as high as 800. I wanted to share with you now some of the headlines Americans are waking up to this morning. The Daily News proclaiming it is war. The New York Post saying an act of war, World Trade Center destroyed, many dead. The New York Times, U.S. attacked, hijacked jets, destroy Twin Towers and hit Pentagon in day of terror. Joining right now is the governor of New York, Governor Pataki. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Paul.
What can you tell us about the ongoing rescue efforts?
Well, the search and rescue operation is paramount. We have 18 teams down there right now trying to find people who might still be alive in the rubble. We have additional teams coming in from as far away as Puerto Rico, and everything that can be done to try to save as many lives as possible is still undergoing.
How much hope is there that you actually will find people alive in
Well,
this
there were people found alive late last night. Two Port Authority police officers were found alive and rescued. And as you said, there are cell phone communications, so there is hope. And the devastation is enormous downtown, but there's always hope. And the teams are out there risking their lives, doing the job, trying to save other lives.
You mentioned this team that came into Puerto Rico. I understand 8 special teams that all have been flown into this area. Walk us through the challenge, though, of these rescue workers getting in there. Last night you had a great fear that there was still enough left of the bottom part of the tower that people could be hurt going in there and trying to do their job.
Well, Paul, it wasn't just the remaining part of the tower itself, but I was down there in a building. One of the high-rises right next door was still burning, and if you look down, you can see it's still burning. And there was a risk that that building could collapse. And yet, in that risk, we had firefighters, we had EMTs, we had police out there going through the rubble, risking their lives in the hopes that they could save some others. And it's just incredible and inspiring, really, to see the courage among those professionals who are down there trying to save lives. And you never give up hope, and we're going to continue to try to save as many lives as possible.
I think the news that has pierced New York the hardest is the fact that some 250 firefighters have lost their lives. They were among the initial 400 that went into this area. Can you share any more information with us about
Paul,
that this morning?
there are more than 200 firefighters unaccounted for. There are many who have been found dead. And it's just a tragedy because these are true heroes and brave New Yorkers who risked their lives and gave their lives to save others. And when I was down there early this morning, you could see in the eyes of the firefighters who were down there in the rescue operation, you could see the pain, but you could also sense the courage and sense the professionalism as they went about the effort of digging through the rubble trying to save their colleagues. And this is an unspeakable tragedy, and it is an act of war. But even among the death and the destruction, you see the hope of people trying to save other lives, and people trying to do their jobs professionally, as Americans always do.
If you could, bring our audience up to date on what is happening in the city. We should make it clear the markets are closed,
Right.
all flights are suspended until at least noon today.
Right.
Everything south of 14th Street, all the businesses are closed.
Right.
What else should we know?
The city south of 14th Street is closed. We lost a power substation when one of the buildings collapsed last night, and we're in the process now of moving in emergency generators to try to provide help there. The schools are closed across the city. State offices are closed throughout Manhattan. The bridges and tunnels are still closed, and I spoke just a few minutes ago with the federal officials, and they're looking to see when we can reopen them, but obviously security concerns have to be paramount. So we're hopeful that as the day goes on, the city will return more to normal, but we have to be cognizant of the security concerns, and we're letting the federal officials take the lead on that.
We touched on the fact that over 250 firefighters have been killed, 85 police officers missing. We know that some 50,000 people worked in that World Trade Center area. Any insights as to what we might be facing?
Paula, we just don't know. We don't know how many were able to get out before the buildings collapsed. We don't know how many were in there in the first place. And we just are doing our best to try to account for everyone who may have been there and to continue with the search and rescue in the hope that we can free and save some other lives as well.
Governor Pataki, good of you to join us. It's such a traumatic time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to Miles O'Brien now. Miles, before I leave you, I just wanted to give New Yorkers a great deal of credit for living up to the plea that city officials and the governor has made for donations of blood. And at some area hospitals, people yesterday were lined up for hours wanting to donate blood to the thousands of victims here. We'll be back a little bit later on. Miles, you with me?
In all, there were 4 aircraft that were involved in this carefully coordinated, diabolically planned plot. 2 of them, of course, as you well know, crashed into the World Trade Center. Another one crashed at the doorstep to the Pentagon, and that's where CNN's Bob Franken is this morning. And Bob, while the effort in New York is to find perhaps some survivors trapped beneath the wreckage, at the Pentagon, there's not much hope of that, is there?
No, as a matter of fact, the Defense Secretary said that there is very little hope of any survivors. What they also don't know is exactly how many casualties. That is to say, how many people were killed when the plane, the American Airlines plane, crashed into the Pentagon. It was United Airlines plane, crashed into the Pentagon yesterday about a little less than 22 hours ago and caused such devastation. You can see that in back of me. Also in back of me, you can see the medevac helicopters that are awaiting for the search teams to go into the rubble. That's not clear exactly when they're going to go in. There had been fires overnight inside the building, and of course they want to make sure that it's safe to go in before they begin the very grim job of searching for the people who in fact will be the bad news that comes out of this very tragic event. But at the same time, the damage has been done at the Pentagon. The work goes on. As a matter of fact, military officials ordered overnight the Pacific Fleet to send out ships that would go out into the coastline of the West Coast and offer a protective barrier of the West Coast of the United States and Hawaii. And that followed action on the East Coast, where ships were sent out of Norfolk, including aircraft carriers. And those ships, in fact, were up there to protect particularly the ports of entry of New York and Washington. So that is the scene there. Back here at the Pentagon, the building will open for business. The Defense Secretary, the President, all are determined to show that, in fact, this terrorism is not going to stop the United States government from conducting its business, and of course here, its military business, but only about half of it will be open. The engineers have decided that there's too much damage, too much danger of structural damage, so only about half the employees are going to show up for work. The others will have to find out whether or not they come in. Now, you've got to understand this is a massive building with over 17 miles of corridor. About half of that will stay shut down, and of course part of it will be shut down because the search is going to go on to find out just how severe the damage was in tragic human terms. Miles?
Bob, before you get away, you mentioned the aircraft carriers and the support in and around the east coast of the United States. As I understand it, the Enterprise, another aircraft carrier, will remain in the Persian Gulf. Do you have any sense from where you sit as to what, if anything, will be bolstered in the Middle East as it relates to the U.S. military?
Well, of course, they're trying to decide that, and the first thing they have to decide is what a retaliation plan will be. Even before they decide that, they're going to have to decide who would be the target of such a plan. As far as the Enterprise is concerned, it had been rotated out of the Persian Gulf. In fact, was in the Sea of the Arabian Sea, or the Arabian Sea, and it was told to stop steaming back to the United States, to stay put. So there are now two aircraft carriers in that region waiting to find out whether they'll be needed in some sort of military action.
CNN's Bob Franken at the Pentagon this morning. Let's go back to New York and Paula Zahn. Paula.
Miles, thank you so much. As you join us right now, I am struck by the image you see behind me. We're going to try to get a tight close-up of this. What is left of the World Trade Center still smoldering this morning. The cloud shrouding the Statue of Liberty, one of the most powerful symbols of this great city. Right now we're going to check in with Gary Tuchman, who joins us on the phone to give us an update on what some of the area hospitals are facing right now and trying to treat the untold numbers of New Yorkers injured yesterday. Gary?
Well, Paula, first things first, I'm about as close as you can get to where the World Trade Center used to be that you're allowed to be at right now, about 2 blocks away from where the World Trade Centers used to stand. And here's some important information we just found out. I just talked with a medic who had been on the scene for 17 hours. He was just leaving. He was thoroughly exhausted. He tells us as we speak, they are in the middle of a rescue of 2 people who are alive under the rubble. 2 men. He tells us one of the men is 50 years old. The other man, he doesn't know his age, but right now, emergency officials are in the middle of a rescue of 2 people who are alive under the rubble. And Paula, you were just pointing out the white cloud. We look at the sky. It is a beautiful blue sky. The sun just rose in New York City a short time ago. There's not a cloud in the sky except for the huge, sickening cloud that still hangs over where the World Trade Centers used to be. This part of Manhattan right now, it is just so hard to look at. There are no members of the public here. It's completely shut off only to emergency officials and to the members of the media who've been able to get past checkpoints. But what we see are police, fire officials, and then something I never thought I'd see in the streets of New York City, members of the Army National Guard in full riot gear, wearing helmets with sidearms. And it's something you see in other countries sometimes, something I've never seen in the United States of America, with all these members of the military standing there and making sure that no one passes by them that's not supposed to. It's a very hard sight to see, especially for those of us who are so familiar with New York City, a city where pretty much anything goes, where in this part of Manhattan, late at night when we were here last night, you would see all kinds of people walking around having a good time. And right now, it is just a sickening sight for all of us to see what we're seeing here in New York City. We never thought we would see it before. And literally, it's sickening when you see it. It's also sickening when you smell it. We've all been advised to wear masks here because of the fumes that are emanating from where these World Trade Center buildings exploded 22 and a half hours ago. Paula, back to you.
Gary, there was tremendous concern last night about the safety of rescuers going in there trying to get to these trapped people. How unstable does this area continue to be?
There's still a lot of concern, Paula, but there's obviously an easier situation right now because the fires are basically out. It's still a dangerous situation, but the fact is, sadly, the buildings have collapsed. And that was the main concern for hours after this happened, that the buildings were eventually going to collapse. And that's what happened. So right now they feel they have more freedom to be there, but obviously there's still a lot of problems with just everyone wandering around. So there aren't as many people there as you think there should be at this time. We walked down there. We saw there's certainly a lot of emergency officials, but right now you have to remember that you're in a part of Manhattan that's landlocked. It's not easy to get lots of rescue officials here, and they're saying they have as many as they can deal with right now in that part of Manhattan.
Gary, I know the information is quite murky at this time, but do you believe that these two men that rescuers are in the process of trying to get to are the same two men who had established cell phone contact with their families?
We asked the medic that same exact question. He said he did not know if they had established cell phone contact. He was just elated to say that there were two men that they were trying to get at this point.
And any kind of reaction to what appears to be the reality there from rescue workers of the loss of some 250 New York firefighters and perhaps as many as 85 New York police officers?
Paul, I've got to tell you, I have seen a number of firemen. I saw one firewoman, and I saw a number of policemen crying, sitting on a stoop earlier this morning. People realize they have lost a lot of their friends. A lot of people are just sitting there in disbelief. They just can't believe what happened. But the people who have the tears in their eyes and who have been crying obviously know it's true and know it's a real-life nightmare.
And I think probably one of the greatest challenges right now for city officials is to try to give us a better grasp on what the total devastation was there. And I think you've made it quite clear because of the difficulty getting into the area. We may not know for many days how many people actually lost their lives. Gary, if you would, we'd love for you to stand by and continue to give us updates throughout the morning because you were in fact closer to the rubble than anybody else has ever gotten. Gary, thanks so much. I'm going to leave you now and turn my attention to former General Wesley Clark, who joins us from Little Rock, Arkansas this morning. Good morning, sir. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Paula.
Sir, yesterday you expressed, I think it would be fair to say, some anger that the U.S. was apparently caught off guard by these attacks. Do you stand by that?
Well, we've known for a long time that there were groups that were planning actions against the United States. We believed that we had good intelligence on this. We'd broken up a number of previous efforts, but in the intelligence business, of course, you never know what you don't know. And it's clear that, that we weren't successful in this case. And I think across the American Armed Forces, over the years, we've sharpened our techniques to protect ourselves. We've been involved in certain actions against terrorist groups. I think there's a sense of not only anger, but resolve today to tend our losses and to move ahead in direction with the National Command Authority, with our president, and to do everything we can do to take this campaign back to those who brought it to America.
All right, General, if you would, please stand by. We understand a news conference is getting underway at Bellevue Hospital, one of the many area hospitals where victims have been transported.
Do you have figures of how many people who were trapped in the rubble have been brought here?
I don't have any actual. I don't have any actual figures to give you. We do know that we at Bellevue have gotten over 225 patients, I believe, since this all started yesterday morning. And as I mentioned before, a lot of those were seen, treated, and released to go home. But I don't have what was actually trapped out of that.
Are any of you guys getting any kind of word from the scene? Any kind of, like, people are going to be coming your way? Any kind of hope?
We are in close contact with OEM, fire department, EMS, and they would contact us through our emergency department and let us know what potentials that would be coming in. So we're fully prepared, and we're fully in contact with the city.
Are the numbers that you gave us different than the numbers, or are they inclusive of the numbers that were released earlier from St. Vincent?
Those are, our numbers are exclusive to Bellevue Hospital.
So the numbers you gave us are only people who are here.
Right, they're not,
they don't include.
Yes, that is correct. The numbers that I reported to you are what has arrived here at Bellevue.
So we can include the other ones then in our total when we want to do this area.
That's correct.
Second question, what's going on with your morgue? How is it being used?
Well, let me answer that question. Our mortuary is working with the Chief Medical Examiner's office.
Hold on a second.
Our mortuary is in close contact and is working with the Chief Medical Examiner's office. During disasters like this, we do as much as we can to clear out all of the morgues to make room for the deceased and the victims. But those specific questions concerning numbers of deceased need to be addressed to the Chief Medical Examiner.
But your facility, your morgue, is not being used as a primary morgue at this point.
The Chief Medical Examiner is the primary receiving station for the deceased. And we are secondary. We're working with them as well as all the other HHC facilities that have mortuaries. And if it gets to the point where they need to go to the voluntary mortuaries, I'm going to hazard a guess and say that they would do that as well.
So
but that's a question that needs to be addressed to the Chief
one
Medical
quick
Examiner.
follow-up then. Aside from that one gentleman who died here, firefighter, I believe, is there anyone else who's been put into the morgue from the disaster scene?
There are a number of bodies that have been recovered by the Chief Medical Examiner that have been brought to the Chief Medical Examiner's office in mortuary. Here? Not here at Bellevue, but at 30th Street and First Avenue.
Is there anyone in intensive or critical care here?
We have.
We have, I believe we had 7 patients went to the operating room yesterday. One of them is still in very, very critical condition. We have the rest of them would still be considered in critical condition, but they are improving.
With what types of injuries? Yeah, what type of
really a variety of things. Head trauma is all blunt-related trauma. Head trauma, broken bones, broken legs, broken arms, crush injuries, those sort of things. Okay. What was that again? Well, there are 7 that would be considered in critical condition, but one of those patients in very extremely critical condition. The other ones are in critical condition, but they are improving. The one patient is having a very difficult time.
Are there any children among the
I believe all of the children have been discharged. We did have children yesterday, but I think they all have been discharged. They were seen, they were evaluated, and there were no serious injuries among the children.
Thank you.
Robert Hessler, Assistant Director of Emergency Services.
All right, you have just been listening to some of the officials from Bellevue Hospital describing the nature of some of the injuries sustained in the World Trade Center crashes yesterday, and in one of the more chilling reminders of what the city witnessed, some graphic information on how the morgues are being set up to handle the number of deceased. Once again, city officials are not confirming the number of dead. In fact, no one knows, obviously, because the number of folks still trapped inside the rubble. Some encouraging news this morning. Governor Pataki just confirmed, as did one of our own reporters, Gary Tuckman, that 2 folks, a man in his 50s, and no description on the other person, are alive in the rubble, and rescue workers have every reason to believe they can get to them. Right now, we're going to continue my conversation with General Wesley Clark. Sir, we were talking a little bit about your frustration with the fact that the United States seemed to be caught off guard yesterday. How can that be? There were a number of reports that an Arab newspaper that was based in London, the editor there, was reporting that Osama bin Laden had been telegraphing this attack for some 3 weeks now. And now we mean to make it clear that Osama bin Laden denies it had any involvement with this attack. Can you please unscramble this for us this morning?
Well, Osama bin Laden telegraphs a lot of moves, but it's in the intelligence community, there are literally dozens and dozens of hints and warnings and ambiguous statements. And so we're always searching for these, but often there's not enough information to respond in a particular fashion, and so one just stays alert. And here was there was an action that, in its scope, its coordination, the cunning with which it was pulled off, it's been unprecedented. It's something that our experts wouldn't have anticipated. It's a scenario that's out of a novel, as everybody has said, and it's going to change the way we view the total capabilities of the Osama bin Laden group. We've known for a long time that he's got a very extensive network. It's in a dozen or more countries. He's trained literally thousands of people and has many more thousands he can draw on for one-time missions as couriers. He's developed over a period of years a system of sleeper agents. He plans operations over a long period of time. They're obviously rehearsed. They work. We know in the attack on the Cole, for example, that there was a previous effort which failed some months before the attack of October of 2000 did succeed. And so we don't know how long this attack's been underway, but if we'd had indications, we certainly would have taken the measures that were necessary to protect the American people. I think we've known since February of 1998 that Osama bin Laden has declared war, a holy war on the United States and all of our people, military and civilian and families, and whether they're at home or abroad. And we didn't want to take this war to the American people and make it as public as Osama bin Laden has made it. Now it is war.
Are you telling me this morning, General, that there is no doubt in your mind that Osama bin Laden is connected to this, given the sophistication of the operation?
I think the consensus consensus opinion from all of us who followed this is that Osama bin Laden probably is connected in some degree, but Osama bin Laden represents a complete terrorist network. He will have one or more state sponsors, countries that he's either based in or working in collusion with. There'll have been passport support, communication support. Osama bin Laden doesn't own 757 and 767 jets, but somebody has had skill in flying those aircraft. They were recruited by this network. Perhaps they were recruited first and then given practice in flying aircraft by someone who had access to them. We don't know those details yet. But what we do know is this was a very sophisticated terrorist act. It took a large network of planning, support, communications, and coordination to pull it off. And so as we look at this, we're going back to look at those agencies, those individuals that we know have been involved in operations of that magnitude, and his name's at the top of the list. He's a prime suspect, despite the fact that he's denied involvement. That also is a characteristic operating method for Osama bin Laden. He doesn't want to admit involvement. He doesn't want to do anything more to make himself a target. Neither do perhaps some of these states who may have supported him.
I have heard a number of politicians actually increase the heat in their criticism of counterintelligence efforts. They say the government has put far too much emphasis on technical intelligence, not enough emphasis on human intelligence. Is there any explanation for how it is that 4 hijackings took place within a couple-hour period?
Well, we'll all be asking that, Paula, and it'll take several days or weeks, months perhaps, to really sort through all of the causes and effects that were at work here. We know, for example, that we've had difficulty for years penetrating these terrorist groups. Many of them are family-based. They're people who grow up in certain areas. Their backgrounds are carefully vetted. They're screened. They're under observation continuously. So it's difficult to penetrate it. We put restrictions on our own intelligence agencies in terms of who we can operate with. We've done that over the last few years. That makes it even tougher. Some of these agents that probably were involved in this may have been in the United States for years, and so they may have eluded detection. We'll be asking all those questions, and they'll be asked to the right people, and the corrective policies, as best we can understand them, will be undertaken. But
General,
everyone will feel that sense of outrage. There's no doubt about it.
General, I just need a real brief answer to this one. How vulnerable does the United States continue to be?
We're vulnerable. We are vulnerable. And we don't know how vulnerable until we really understand how those people got on board and how they got their weapons and how they took over the aircraft. But we're vulnerable.
General Wesley Clark, thank you so much for your insights this morning. We're going to head back to Atlanta, where Miles O'Brien is standing by.
Thank you, Paula. There's perhaps no other nation on the face of the planet that knows more about dealing with terrorism than Israel. We're joined now by the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, in London this morning. Mr. Barak, just if we could just start off with your general reaction to what we all witnessed yesterday.
The world is a different place to live in from yesterday morning. It is not just an attack against America, it's an attack against our whole civilization. It's time for action, not just for tough talk. And I believe that the American president should lead and will lead the whole world, the UK, the Europeans, Russia. Putin will cooperate, I'm confident. He experienced the price of terror on his own skin. The Australians, New Zealand, Israel, of course. The whole world should focus an effort on putting an end to it. It won't be an easy struggle. It will take few years. It should be a concerted effort, coordinated both on intelligence level, on operational level, and diplomatic and even economic level. Whoever support or host such groups as Osama bin Laden and other terror thugs should be automatically isolated from the family of nations.
Mr. Barak, we seem to be making an assumption here this morning that Osama bin Laden is the chief suspect here. Is there anybody else you would put on the list besides him, or do you think it is him and his cells?
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward.
Stay tuned to ABC News and Current Affairs for all the latest on the terrorist attack in the heart of America.
On the 82nd floor, and I don't know where my peers are.
Wherever you are, ABC keeps you in the picture, delivering the latest news all day, television, radio and online.
Move it! Come on!
Must have counted like 30 or 40 people, you know.
ABC News and Current Affairs keeps you in touch.
Good evening and welcome back to the ABC's continuing live coverage of the devastating terrorist attacks in New York and Washington. I'm Tony Jones.
And I'm Jennifer Byrne. Nations around the world remain in shock tonight, almost 24 hours after the most destructive terrorist attacks ever on a Western country. Hijacked aircraft crashed into the two towers of New York's World Trade Center and into the Pentagon in Washington. Thousands are believed dead.
Over the next hour and a half, we'll bring you extensive coverage of this overwhelming disaster, crossing live to our network of correspondents around the world and seeking opinions from international analysts. First, though, we go straight to the US, where dawn is breaking and the full extent of yesterday's attack is now becoming clear. Here's Jim Middleton.
Grief and determination spontaneously combined on Capitol Hill on the evening after the worst terrorist assault ever suffered by the United States.
God bless America.
Congress, so often divided, is united in support of retaliation against the perpetrators of the coordinated operation, which saw first one airliner slam into the Twin Towers of New York's 110-story World Trade Center, then 18 minutes later, a second into the other tower.
Captain, we'll land next to the Fairfax 47.
Within an hour, a third plane had plunged into the Pentagon, command center for the US military. A fourth went down in the Pennsylvania countryside, 200 kilometers from Washington. Incredibly, some of the victims managed to contact relatives from their doomed planes by mobile phone as death approached.
He said, I want to let you know that I love you. And I'm flying, I think he said I'm in the air. I'm calling you on the air phone of the airplane. We've been taken over. There are 3 men that say they have a bomb.
Equally remarkably, some people trapped under the mountain of cement and steel in New York were still alive, also contacting the outside world by mobile phone. 50,000 people worked in the World Trade Center, Such was the intensity of the smoke and the quantity of falling debris that it was well into the night before it was safe enough for rescue teams to get into the rubble.
As far as the number of people in the building, that'll be in the thousands. But there's no way of knowing at this point, and we're going to keep praying and hoping that we save as many people as possible.
It was George W. Bush, addressing a traumatized nation 12 hours after the horror began, who was first to reveal the extent of the casualties.
Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror.
10,000 at the World Trade Center alone, by some estimates, with hundreds and hundreds more at the Pentagon. Around the country, ordinary citizens lined up to meet calls for blood for the injured.
This is the time when, that America needs its, citizens to step up and take one for the team, and I think it's my duty to do that.
Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve.
The President declared that the United States would stop at nothing to find and punish the perpetrators, and warned that those who sheltered them would not be safe either.
We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them.
George W. Bush has passed the point of no return. Many American politicians are demanding instant action against Osama bin Laden and the Taliban regime in Afghanistan, who they believe are to blame. The President will want to be sure of his facts, but when he is, he will have no option but to act with maximum force. Jim Middleton, ABC News, Washington.
And Jim Middleton now joins us from Washington. Jim, has there been any update on the death toll?
Well, there's one glimmer of good news there this morning, Tony. Just in the last hour, it's been confirmed that within the pile of rubble that is now the World Trade Center, about a 5-story high pile of rubble, 2 people have been confirmed alive. So in a sense, that's shades of the awful Thredbo tragedy in Australia some years ago, but magnified by hundreds and hundreds of times.
Is there any, Jim, is there any chance of reaching those people? Do we know anything about the efforts to get to them?
We don't know a great deal of detail about it at the moment, but they are moving in. They have made contact. They are in contact with those people right now. But on the broader casualty front, figures being quoted for the World Trade Center, where about 50,000 people worked, is well into the thousands and possibly as high as 10,000. Already we know that 300 New York firefighters are missing and somewhere over 200 New York police officers as well. In the case of the Pentagon, figures being quoted by local fire authorities suggest that anywhere between 100 and 800 people could be dead. Many people are certainly missing this morning.
Now, Jim, CNN has been reporting quite recently this evening that the CIA director has suggested that there had been other attempted terrorist attacks on the United States which had been thwarted this summer.
Well, that's quite possibly true. A country the size of the United States has maybe dozens of terrorist threats a day. Now, whether any of these are connected in any way to the 4 planes that were hijacked and then crashed in the United States yesterday, we don't know at this stage. But it is possible, quite feasible, that indeed there have been many terrorist attacks thwarted. It could also be an attempt by the CIA, as it were, to get out from under for not having detected this appalling tragedy.
Yes, has there been any criticism emerging of the CIA for failing to detect what was happening here?
There has been some low-level criticism from a minority of Congress, I'd have to say, that suggested that the CIA and the other American intelligence authorities were asleep on the watch, as it were. But in general, you'd have to say that the vast bulk of politicians and indeed of the citizens of the United States believe that this is an open democracy, and in such a country it's simply impossible to prevent something of this kind happening if someone sets their mind to it.
Jim, finally, has there been any news of the investigation into who's done this?
There have been a few leads emerging. Of course, as soon as the planes crashed, investigators went through the flight manifests, the lists of people who were on those planes, and they have come up with leads in Boston and Massachusetts, in New Jersey, Florida, and I believe also in California. Perhaps the most interesting one is in Boston, where a hire car, left at Boston's Logan Airport, where one of the flights originated, of course, hired by 5 men, has been seized. In it, they have apparently found flight training manuals in Arabic, and of course, the people who flew these planes had to have a level of sophistication to be able to do that, so flight training manuals would be useful. Also, even more interestingly, 2 of the men were apparently brothers, and they were carrying passports from the United Arab Emirates. But that's about as much as we know at this stage, Tony.
All right, Jim Middleton, well, thanks for joining us tonight.
Well, as the world struggles to come to grips with the sheer enormity of the terrorist attacks, the freedoms taken for granted in much of the Western world are now being reassessed. Issues such as the easy flow across borders and international identification of individuals are all now under scrutiny by governments. Margot O'Neill has this report on how the world is about to change forever.
This is the new face of global conflict.
There's no way we can go back to the world that existed less than 24 hours ago. This has been an act of depravity, the likes of which the world has never previously experienced.
We have entered into a new sphere of conflict. In fact, the United States itself is saying that as a result of this type of conflict, it is at war.
And the $183 billion American defence budget provided no protection at all.
We're looking at a situation in which capacities of militaries are more and more high-tech, but the threats which are facing developed societies are more and more low-tech, and there's a mismatch between the two.
It's a low-tech assault that's also brought many high-tech global businesses to their knees. In Australia, companies are being warned to immediately pull staff out of countries like Yemen, Afghanistan and Pakistan. International security consultants Control Risks Group is also warning businesses not to travel to most other Middle Eastern countries and to enhance security in places like Indonesia and Malaysia, especially if the United States launches military retaliation.
We're suggesting that you review your crisis plans, review the evacuation strategies, and consider maybe people not going to their offices and working from the offices over the next 72 hours, and just really placing themselves on alert as we see what happens over the next 2 to 3 days.
It's not just businesses which will be curtailed in this undeclared war. All of us are likely to feel the impact of greatly increased security measures, according to Alan Beam, the recently retired head of Australian Defence Strategy.
Well, I think that it has the potential to be very seismic. I think there are a lot of questions that we're going to have to ask ourselves about the nature of our freedoms and about the extent to which we are prepared to accept constraints on those freedoms. What are the constraints, for example, on the freedom to protest?
While Australia is considered unlikely to be targeted for such attacks, Alan Beam believes the federal government will give more money and power to Australian intelligence and surveillance agencies, as well as introducing other security measures.
That inevitably will require more money and more authority for the responsible agencies. Secondly, there will inevitably be much greater investment in the management of security at our borders, and I mean here at airports and at other places where very dramatic events and effects can be created. So we will see more money going into that. And it wouldn't surprise me too to see a fair bit of public money going into Australian support for much more far-reaching international regimes designed to attack the root causes of terrorism.
Others fear we're facing a turning point in how security measures could divide society, such as racial profiling of airline passengers.
These sorts of policies will be introduced both domestically, I think, and internationally. So these security organisations internally will be given, if you like, powers that are now regarded as extraordinary.
The government is also likely to be even tougher on asylum seekers, according to a former Chief of Air Staff who's now on the government's advisory board for immigration detention, Air Vice Marshal Ray Fennell.
Especially for those people who arrive without any papers, who arrive without any documentation to prove who they are or what they are, I think it's going to be ever so much more difficult for them to receive our protection than it has been in the recent past.
Terrorists don't arrive on leaky boats. The risks for them are too great. They arrive by aircraft with top quality forged papers. They don't head for Australia anyway. We face no real danger from the boat people of that kind of behaviour.
Australia is also likely to be drawn into a dramatic new regional outlook in South Asia. If Osama bin Laden is linked with the attacks, the US is likely to retaliate against the Taliban in Afghanistan and their key financial and military backer, Pakistan.
I think we're likely to see a real re-evaluation of the United States of whether it might be worthwhile providing assistance to the more moderate opponents of the Taliban in the north, and I think we're likely to see economic pressures brought to bear on Pakistan to force it to desist in its extensive assistance to the Taliban.
As a nuclear power with a fragile economy, Pakistan adds a dangerous new dimension.
Pakistan is crucial here because if pressure was put on and Pakistan started to experience internal difficulties, that would be something which I think the region would regard very unfavourably and which in the long term could come back to haunt the United States.
It's not a thrilling prospect that the regime in Pakistan could collapse and that one would have a fundamentalist regime there with a nuclear weapons capability. But on the other hand, Pakistan has played up this danger in order to minimise pressure from the wider world, and I think it's about time that the wider world actually called Pakistan's bluff.
For now, everyone awaits the American response.
And joining us now in the studio is the former head of the United Nations Commission to Disarm Iraq, Richard Butler. Mr. Butler is now an Australian diplomat in residence at the Council for Foreign Affairs, and he'll remain with us throughout our coverage tonight to provide commentary and analysis. Thanks for coming in, Richard.
Thank you.
Now, you've said that this will change the world forever, just as Pearl Harbor changed the world. How? In what way?
In ways that we don't even yet know, Jennifer, but I mean it, and some of the other commentators have made the same point. Look at it as a spectrum. On one end, the softer end, if you like, there's the business of how we get on board aeroplanes, how we maintain security in public buildings, and so on. At the far other end of the spectrum, the much harder, tougher stuff is how we maintain relationships among states with differences, countries with differences, whether they're political, economic, or religious or cultural, without them becoming expressed in actions of the terrible kind that we saw take place in New York in the last 24 hours.
Well, Richard,
how do we prevent this from becoming the main means of warfare in the 21st century?
Well, I mean, you've used the war word. I mean, let me ask, at the very hardest end, I mean, Pearl Harbor, of course, brought America into World War II. I mean, do you really believe this is a crisis of that magnitude?
Yes, I do. It's not yet clear, but it's possible that the amount of death and destruction that's taken place will be comparable with and possibly exceed that of Pearl Harbor. But much more important than that, and I'm not just thinking of symbolic things like kamikaze-like actions, much more important than that, this attack on the United States, I think, brings into play forces in global politics, whether it's the distribution of weapons of mass destruction, the dispute that is taking place in the Middle East, the whole framework of international cooperation on the business of not giving comfort or safe harbour to terrorists, just to mention some of the key issues. It brings those very sharply into relief, and they will need to be addressed. But of course, before any of that happens will be the crucial question of how the United States will itself address what has been done to it in the last 24 hours. And that, I think, is going to be a very, very major issue.
Richard Butler, it's early days yet, but the United States and now some senior Israelis are effectively pointing the finger at the Osama bin Laden group. What's your thought on that?
Well, I think, don't the police use a phrase like it would be a fruitful line of inquiry? I think it would be. First, there is a report that There was an electronic intercept of a discussion that took place within the Bin Laden group just in the last 24 hours, in which two persons referred to their success in striking two targets. Secondly, there's a track record. The earlier attack on the World Trade Center and the attack on United States embassies in Africa did involve action by the Bin Laden group, and possibly supported by Iraq. There's a lot of clear, not absolutely convincing, but circumstantial evidence with respect to the latter point I just mentioned.
What sort of evidence? Because that would be absolutely critical. If, if there was some link with Iraq, that could change the whole picture completely.
I'm not saying that I know that there is, Tony. I'm saying that it would be a fruitful line of inquiry, okay? The person who is in jail now in the United States, who was able to be identified and convicted with respect to the earlier bombing of the World Trade Center, had previously been an agent of the Iraqi government. But I'd like to stay more closely on your point, because I think it's very, very crucial in this situation, as a first requirement, that whatever the United States does, it must have an objective investigation of who did this. Absent clear knowledge of who did this, we'll be in a very bad place. And I answered your question by saying, yes, I do think it would be fruitful to investigate, in the light of what we already know, those overheard conversations that I referred to investigate the possible role of Osama bin Laden's group, and the possibility that he, as was, I think, the case in the past, was given assistance by at least one other state. That would be a fruitful line of inquiry.
Let me ask you, Richard, having made this fruitful inquiry, do you really believe that we will get to the bottom of it? I mean, short of a boastful confession of some kind, I mean, will it actually be able to be pinned on either Iraq or bin Laden? Will it be maybe like Lockerbie, one of those things which takes years and years to get to the culprits?
Look, I think it will be very, very difficult, but my simple direct answer to your question, Jennifer, is yes. Yes, I do think that investigations will reveal who did this. Whether that information will be sufficiently fulsome and credible enough for the world community to accept is, I think, what you're getting at. To get to that place may take a lot of time, as it did with Lockerbie. But I do think, yes, I think the authorship of these dreadful acts will in due course be revealed. But I want to come back to what I think is an utterly central point. Look, the worst possible case would be that we don't find out. And this becomes the perfect terrorist crime, that these dreadful people get away with it. But there's a position that's almost as bad as that, which would be where we got a degree of information that seemed persuasive about who did it, but then subsequently proved to be wrong. But in the meantime, military action had been taken against those people. And that's why I emphasize this. The critical first requirement is a truly objective inquiry leading to the facts. After that, and I would hope only after that, could consideration be given to a punishment that fitted the crime, not some excessive, vengeful thing, as some voices are calling for, but a punishment that the world would understand was apposite, given what we knew to be the nature and provenance of the crime that has taken place.
And as you say, against the right people. Listen, thanks, Richard, and we'll come back to you during the evening. Thank you, Richard Butler there.
Thank you.
Well, as we've already heard, after the dramatic events of the past day, it's fair to say that the world will never be the same again. How that future takes shape could well be determined by how the United States chooses to react to what many Americans are calling an act of war. US President George Bush is under enormous pressure to act swiftly and decisively, and many are telling him that military retaliation is now the only appropriate course of action. But in the past, the United States has learned to its cost that while revenge may be sweet, it can also exact a very heavy price. Nick Grimm reports.
Americans struggled to explain the magnitude of the past day's events, but for many, the destruction was simply unspeakable. But there was one word on many lips, that was retaliation.
We have to protect ourselves, and I'm sure we will. And it can't be dealt with one retaliatory blow.
They have to have a safe haven somewhere that allows them to do these things. So let's go after them.
President George Bush warned that those responsible would be hunted down and held accountable.
Our military is powerful, and it's prepared.
I would tell you up front, I have no intentions of discussing today what comes next, but make no mistake about it, your armed forces are ready.
But ready for what? Not surprisingly, the US administration refused to speculate today on exactly how it would retaliate, when, and against who. But earlier this year, the US president demonstrated his preparedness to strike decisively against aggression from so-called rogue states, such as Iraq.
Saddam Hussein has got to understand that we expect him to conform to the agreement that he signed after Desert Storm. We will enforce the no-fly zone.
But actions like that have never been free of collateral damage, and scenes of the victims of US retaliation have caused misgivings both at home and abroad. Some US attacks have been flagrantly exploited by their intended targets, Libya's Colonel Gaddafi making a monument of the home where his infant adopted daughter was killed in 1986. But never was the risk of killing innocents placed in sharper relief than when the United States launched cruise missile attacks on sites linked to the Saudi terrorist leader Osama bin Laden, the man given credit by many for today's attack.
Today, I ordered our armed forces to strike at terrorist-related facilities in Afghanistan and Sudan.
One of the targets was a Sudan pharmaceuticals factory suspected of producing chemical weapons, but reports soon emerged that the Americans had the wrong location, that it really was just a drug company.
Down, down, USA!
The other cruise missile target near Kabul in Afghanistan also failed to achieve its desired result, the elimination of Osama bin Laden. He was elsewhere and escaped the bombing of the terrorist training camp. The missile strikes had been ordered as retaliation against the 1993 bombing of New York's World Trade Center. But in the tit-for-tat world of international terrorism and counter-terrorism, the attack merely prompted bin Laden to threaten that his war on the United States was only beginning. Today may have proven it hasn't yet ended. And there's growing speculation that America's pursuit of revenge will also be unrelenting.
We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbored them.
President Bush's words today interpreted as a chilling warning to Afghanistan's Taliban government, which has provided shelter to bin Laden's terrorist organisation.
The frustration now has reached the breaking point. In light of President Bush's speech last night, I think Taliban is probably very nervous.
Today, America found itself at the front line of a war of terrorism. Where the battle lines will move tomorrow may become clearer when the dust has settled. Nick Grimm, ABC News.
And joining us now from London is Professor Fred Halliday, an international relations expert at the London School of Economics. Thanks for joining us, Professor. Now, we've heard plenty of people say that life will never be the same again for America and the West. What about the Middle East, in your opinion? I mean, how do you think the distress, what George Bush has called the deep-seated anger, will spill over for the countries of the Arab world?
I don't think that there will be a dramatic shift in the situation in the Middle East for worse or for better. In other words, I don't think that we're going to see any wonderful breakthroughs in regard to Iraq or Palestine or Afghanistan itself as a result of this, because apart from anything else, these problems are very intractable. But on the other hand, I don't see a major flare-up in the Middle East. There's no country in the Middle East which is going actively to champion the perpetrators of these actions. And were Afghanistan to be attacked by the United States in the form of cruise missiles or some other special operation, no other government would come to its aid. That having been said, it has to be emphasized, regretfully, that there are people in the Middle East who welcome these things, who think that this is serving America right, and indeed they would turn against Bush his own words, because they would say that he, the United States, has harbored terrorists, harbored people who have carried out criminal activities in the Middle East. The opponents of Israel would say this. Indeed, the opponents of Islamic fundamentalists in Afghanistan would say this, that the West has supported people who have caused mayhem in the Middle East, and now they're getting to teach a bit of their own medicine. I wouldn't subscribe to that, but as a political reality, it's there. So there'll be a shift of mood. Whether in a broader sense this really is an event equivalent to Sarajevo in 1914, the outbreak of World War II, the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989, I'm not so sure. The phrase is the world will never be the same again. We've heard many times, and it remains to be seen what follows.
So you're suggesting an attack on the Taliban, for instance, on Afghanistan, would not necessarily be seen as an attack on Islam itself?
It will be seen by some people. Let's put the Taliban in the Islamic context. The Taliban are fundamentalists of the Sunni Muslim variety. That means that they appeal to Sunni Muslims in other countries. There are people in Saudi Arabia who support them. There are people in Syria who don't like the Syrian government of President Assad who support them. There are some Palestinians who support them. On the other hand, in Iran, which is a country American NMD freaks and other right-wingers like to target, in Iran, they're very opposed to bin Laden because bin Laden hates Shiite Muslims. In fact, his rhetoric is full of denunciation of the West. It's also full of denunciation of women. Let's forget he's a raving misogynist. And also they're very opposed to Shiite Iran. So the Iranians would be delighted if the Americans attacked the Taliban and attacked bin Laden. So would the Saudi government. Certainly at the popular level, there is another feeling, though, which is that bin Laden was set up in business by the Americans years ago, and there's an Arab saying that the student does not contradict his teacher. And the view is that if he's been doing these things, it still is part of some broader, nebulous American conspiracy. May sound implausible to us, doesn't sound implausible in the Arab world. So whatever happens, it will be seen as part of a broader conspiracy going back to something we shouldn't forget, which is that Osama bin Laden used to be on the CIA payroll.
Yeah, Fred Halliday, earlier this year, the CIA director, George Tenet, described the bin Laden group as the most serious and immediate threat facing US national security. Can you imagine any other terrorist group capable of doing what was done in the United States?
Well, I would agree with what Richard Butler said, that Osama bin Laden has to be a prime suspect. He's a prime suspect for two obvious reasons, which is A, he's done things like this in the past, and B, he's said he's going to do things like this again, so that must put him in the suspect line. I doubt whether he could have done this on his own without the support of significant numbers of people from other countries. I don't necessarily mean states, but I don't think there are many Afghans who can fly American planes, even ones that are already up in the air. There must have been a degree of coordination. I don't think we should overstate the technological coordination involved in this operation, and the weapons used were just knives, but certainly some support from people with technical education, I would suspect from Pakistan, possibly from the Arab world was involved, if he did it. There are, however, two other suspects. One is we cannot exclude, till we have more evidence, that these were homegrown American crazies. They've done these things before. They're capable of doing it again. Maybe they thought they were attacking the United Nations. And secondly, there is always the possibility, again, as Richard Butler said, that Saddam was involved. Now, Saddam hates fundamentalists. He's killed many himself, but his intelligence services have been using Islamic fundamentalists from other countries like Algeria, farther away from Iraq, for some of their dirty operations. They tried to assassinate a friend of mine recently in Prague. So we know that there is that link. And all three, American crazies, Saddam and his friends, and bin Laden are possibilities. But the phrase is being used these days of a new kind of coalition. We had the IRA down with the FARC in Colombia. Perhaps there is some new coalition of people out there. I think it's implausible, but it's possible. But without assuming it is a Muslim, or without assuming it is Osama bin Laden, he must be the prime suspect, only because he said he's going to do it.
But Fred Halliday, if there is, and there is found to be by the United States, any form of state involvement by perhaps Iraq, Afghanistan, or perhaps even Pakistan, it raises the question of US retaliation and what that would lead to.
I think we should get away from culturalist explanations in all of this. Everybody's very aware of don't stereotype the Muslim world, don't stereotype the Arab world, but we're looking in the wrong direction on this one. Don't let's stereotype the Americans. The Americans are not a particularly belligerent or murderous people. They talk about vengeance, but they tend to be relatively restrained. It took Pearl Harbor to wake them up last time. So it may well not be that America is going to engage in some kind of global postmodern posse to deal with Saddam Hussein or Osama bin Laden. That having been said, every country in the world is entitled to self-defense. Self-defense includes some element of proportionate retaliation, and something that's proportionate to this, which must also have an element of deterrence, would be a pretty large operation, assuming they can find somebody. So there will be an action. Unfortunately, it will not be universally supported. Moreover, it will probably, given the domestic pressures in the US and given the very technical nature of the kind of evidence they'll have, it will not be conclusive. The ideal thing is to go out there, find the people, arrest them, and put them on trial. But I notice that's not what George Bush said yesterday. He said, we will find them, we will punish them. He didn't say he'll put them on trial or verify the facts first. And I suspect we'll end up with some messy solution. Although, again, as Richard Butler said, it would be a very unfortunate conclusion if they went after some people on the basis they went after Sudan in 1998. But let's not forget, of the 6 or 7 major freelance terrorist actions we've seen in the last 10 or 15 years, going back to the Berlin nightclub of 86 and Lockerbie in 89, 3 or 4 of them, they've never found the perpetrators. They didn't find who did the coal in Aden Harbor. And there are other events of the TWA 800, still nobody knows if it was an accident or whatever. But having said which, a mild lay forensic view is that given this happened in the US rather than in Aden or in Pakistan, there must be CCTV of the people who got on the planes, there must be intercepts of the mobile phones. I suspect the people on the different planes were talking to each other. I would think it's plausible they'll come up with something, but not tomorrow.
Professor Fred Halliday, thank you very much for joining us tonight. Professor Fred Halliday there from the London School of Economics. And joining us now from New York City is the ABC's Craig McMurtry. Craig, thanks for joining us again. Now, the human dimension, tell us about the latest rescue attempts going on.
Well, the latest we have is that there are now 6 people who've been pulled alive from the rubble, all that remains of the Twin Towers. This is on top of 2 people who were pulled out, rescue workers themselves, who were trapped when the building collapsed, or both towers collapsed. So that's 8 pulled out. Now, there are 38 confirmed dead, according to city officials, but obviously that's very preliminary. I mean, we shouldn't read too much into that. They just have 38 confirmed bodies at this point. They have 202 firefighters missing. They have 57 police missing. And what's really alarming a lot of people here in New York this morning is that the hospitals are geared up, the medical teams are ready to go, and they're not getting a large flow of survivors or injured getting into the hospitals, and that's causing some concern because obviously people are wondering if there are going to be many more.
And the tales of valour and tragedy are starting to come in, aren't they? The close misses, the heartbreaking hits. What have been some of the great stories, horrible stories you've heard?
Well, mostly, I'm afraid, it's been horrible stories. Stories of people phoning loved ones from the World Trade Center, one of the towers, when they knew that they weren't going to get out, and basically phoning to say goodbye. A terrible story of one of the hijacked aircraft where the passengers were herded toward the rear of the aircraft, and then the hijackers, who were wielding knives, ordered them to make phone calls to tell their loved ones that they were about to die. Just dreadful, heart-wrenching stories.
Craig, sitting here, of course, everyone's watching on television, it has almost the feeling of something that's gone through a graphic simulator. It's almost like fiction. There in the sooty heart of it, how's it feeling? How's it looking?
This morning, I've been up through the night, and this morning I went for a walk before I came here, and you know what New York is like. It's deserted. No one's moving. Most places are closed. I wanted to buy some newspapers so I could show you some headlines. There are some very angry headlines. Stores are closed. I watched the sun coming up, and it was passing along the New York skyline, and I saw the Empire State Building, the Chrysler Building, other skyscrapers lit up, but there's that hole there where the Twin Towers used to be, and there's a pall of smoke, a huge cloud of smoke that you can smell, and it's surreal. Surreal is the only word I can use.
The anger you mention, is the sense you get that it's a manageable, appropriate anger, or in fact a dangerous and potentially hysterical anger?
Hysterical, I wouldn't say hysterical, but the administration's trying to get the tone right, acknowledging the anger, but sort of talking in terms of it being deliberate, anger that's not going to go away, unyielding, that they will pursue. Some others on the periphery, I guess, of the US leadership, perhaps some with a military background, also some in Congress, are talking far more aggressively and saying that there has to be some sort of retaliation. On the streets, people, I think in New York anyway, the people I talk to as I'm walking around are just dealing with the tragedy that they're confronted by. And they are angry, but right now they're just more concerned about what's going on here at home.
Well, we're going to leave it there now, Craig, and the response to the disaster in Australia was immediate as security was stepped up at key installations and embassies, including the Federal Parliament. Like many governments, Australia has been re-examining its security arrangements over the past 24 hours, and the Prime Minister has cut short his trip to the United States to return home. There are also growing concerns that some Australians may be among the dead. Gillian Bradford reports from Canberra.
Foreign Affairs has taken more than 15,000 calls from people concerned about friends and relatives in New York.
Hello, Crisis.
At this stage, they can't account for 50 Australians who were living or working near the World Trade Center.
We've got good reason to be concerned about the welfare of these people. I mean, we obviously hope for the best.
Prime Minister John Howard was himself just blocks away, talking to the Australian media when an airliner slammed into the Pentagon. At that stage, he knew nothing of the attack on the US Capitol, but pledged Australia's full support for a friend in trouble.
We will stand by them, we will help them, we will support actions they take to properly retaliate in relation to these acts of bastardry against their citizens and against what they stand for.
In Australia, his ministers were also pledging to stand beside the US, not saying yet exactly what that may mean for Australia. The opposition also gave its support for any appropriate action.
Well, the truth is this: you commit an act of war and you apply to it deadly force, you receive deadly force in return.
The government says there has been no direct threat made against Australia, but still it has stepped up security to the highest level, putting in place exclusion zones around the US and Israeli embassies and the Joint Defence Facility at Pine Gap.
To attack the United States in this way, the world superpower, the sort of leader of the so-called West, and to do so in such a cold-blooded, ruthless, cruel way, I think is going to have enormous ramifications for the international community.
But the Foreign Minister says this tragedy won't stop the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting going ahead in Brisbane next month, despite some questions if Australia can guarantee the safety of 49 world leaders. To give up the event now, warns the Queensland Premier, would be to cave into evil.
What's important out of all this is that we send a very clear message, and that message has been sent. Now, you can't get to a stage where you allow terrorists to dictate the agenda.
The Prime Minister is expected to be moved from Washington to the west coast of America today by a US military plane and then taken home on a commercial Australian aircraft. Standing by in Australia to head the other way are 30 firefighters willing to lend a hand.
Done by Emergency Management Australia, and if Peter Reith and I are happy to make that available to the Americans should they ask.
The Red Cross has also offered to send blood products. Gillian Bradford, ABC News, Canberra.
Well, the Foreign Minister Alexander Downer joins us now from Adelaide. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Downer. Is there any clearer picture now as to whether there have in fact been any Australian casualties after these attacks?
Yeah, what we know now is that there are still 58 Australians who are unaccounted for. We know that one Australian was on board the aircraft that crashed into the World Trade Center and obviously died. Another Australian died in the plane that crashed into the Pentagon, and a third Australian has been killed in the proximity of the World Trade Center. So we do know that 3 Australians have certainly died. We don't know what has happened to another 58 Australians, and we're still doing our best to try to track them down.
Those people you've identified, have their families been informed of this?
Yes, of course they have, yes.
And are you able to tell us any more about the other 50-odd people, where they were. You spoke earlier today about anecdotal evidence.
Yes, these 58 people are people who their families have been trying to contact, or we've been trying to contact on behalf of their families, known to be in New York or in Washington and in the relevant vicinities, and about whom we have no information.
All right, let's move quickly, if we can, to the broader picture. You've said today that these events will change the whole nature of international politics. What do you mean by that?
Well, I think it'll have two very dramatic effects. One of them is that issues which were in diplomacy important issues but not primary issues, like terrorism and transboundary issues as they're broadly described, will move to the very top of the agenda, and there will be a massive effort now to try to get more done by the international community to bring terrorism more under control. Secondly, there is the specific issue of once those who are responsible for this grotesque act are identified, the United States will clearly take decisive action. The United States, after all, will want to respond in a way that ensures the United States itself is not only able to demonstrate it can defend itself, but that the United States demonstrates that it's not weak.
Well, I mean, you seem to be suggesting that you expect serious and some say even massive retaliation from the United States if they can identify, for example, a state that might have backed these terrorists. Is that your analysis?
Well, you know, it's not my job to set myself up as an analyst in the way some of the others you've had on your program are. That's inappropriate for me as a foreign minister, but I think you can listen to some of the scenarios that they've painted there and think about them. Some of them I would completely reject. Some of them are worth some sort of an examination. I think all I could say is, as the foreign minister of a country which is a very close ally of the United States, that we know the United States feels very strongly about having a right to protect and defend itself, and so it should, any country should. And secondly, the United States would very definitely not want to appear as the world's only superpower to be weak in the face of a devastating event like this. But of course, how they will respond, how they will deal with the consequences will depend very much on what they're able to confirm in terms of who was responsible and how the operation was conducted and with the support of whom.
Of course, that's true, but if they retaliate against a state, they could find themselves in a war. I mean, they already have been involved in a war in that part of the world before. There's some talk today that even Iraq might have been involved. Now, would Australia be prepared to join its ally, the United States, if it did get itself involved in a war?
Look, I think it's far too early to talk in those terms, but try to understand the gravity of the situation in broad international political terms where, you know, many thousands of people may have been killed. We don't know that yet, but many thousands of people are likely to have been killed in a wanton act of terrorism. A country like the United States is not just going to sit on its hands in those circumstances, and nor would the American people, nor would the American people tolerate that. And so how the United States will deal with it, what sort of retaliatory action they will take, you can't predict yet because you don't know precisely who was responsible for these operations and how they were put together. But once we all know that, we'll have a clearer idea, and as the Americans are, first and foremost, will have a clearer idea of how they will retaliate.
Yeah, but Mr. You're talking about the Americans' conduct. I mean, I think what Tony was trying to get at was, would we follow with them? I mean, would we push in with Bush? Would we be backing them up?
I mean, I said you can't say at this stage because you don't know what sort of operation that they would be considering, because the facts of what has happened in New York and Washington haven't yet been assembled.
Okay,
so whether there would be anything any other country could do to assist the United States, that's impossible to judge at this moment. It's a question I can't answer. What I can say, though, is what I said at the very beginning of this interview, and that is Australians have been killed by these terrorists, and that is an extraordinarily aggressive act of terrorism against Australians, and we should understand that for what it is. We shouldn't just wash our hands of the fact that a few Australians have lost their lives. Maybe quite a lot of Australians have lost their lives, and I think that inevitably is going to generate a sense of calm anger here in this country.
Alexander Dowder, you've said earlier today again that the international community could become more ruthless, as you put it, in dealing with terrorism. And what are you suggesting there? How could the international community become more ruthless?
Well, I think the international community, it's not that I would claim the international community tolerates terrorism. It doesn't, of course, tolerate terrorism. But I think there now will be a sense in the international community that much more has to be done to try to stamp out terrorism as best it possibly can be stamped out. And obviously it's heroic to think it could be completely stamped out. And that leaders of the international community will want to do more and be more effective in trying to address the problem of terrorism. I said earlier that terrorism is absolutely an issue on the international agenda, but it's not necessarily the top issue every time there's an international meeting. There was a meeting of the ASEAN Regional Forum in Hanoi in July. Terrorism was hardly a central feature of the discussions at an ASEAN Regional Forum meeting. Next time the ASEAN Regional Forum meets, no doubt terrorism will be a very substantial issue that will be addressed after what's happened to one of the forum's members, the United States.
Alexander Downer, thanks for joining us tonight. We'll have to leave it there.
Well, Osama bin Laden, the shadowy figure sheltering in the Taliban's Afghanistan, was America's public enemy #1, well before today's shocking events. But experts are warning that it may be too early to immediately place the Saudi-born billionaire at the top of the world's most wanted list.
What about Osama bin Laden? Do you suspect him as the prime suspect in this?
It's not the time for discussions like that.
Osama does not have the capability to carry out an act of this magnitude. America does, of course, have powerful rivals who would be able to carry out this act, but they do not include bin Laden.
Osama bin Laden's own website proudly states he is America's most wanted man and has openly declared war on the United States.
Every effort that is made against America and the Jews yields positive and great direct results.
Osama bin Laden is the son of a Saudi Arabian billionaire. He fought the Soviets in Afghanistan during the 80s, but turned against America when the Gulf War erupted because he deeply opposed US servicemen being stationed in his homeland. 2 years later, for the first time, Americans had to confront the reality of terrorism on their own soil when a bomb exploded in the car park of the World Trade Center, killing 6 people and injuring hundreds of others. While a blind Egyptian cleric was arrested for the attack, US authorities always considered bin Laden the mastermind. Since then, he has sought refuge in Afghanistan, and the attacks on Americans have become more audacious and deadly.
Bin Laden is in Afghanistan because the Taliban movement is prepared to give him hospitality. Most countries in the world would not be prepared to touch him with a barge pole because he is very credibly believed to have been the mastermind of the bombing of the US embassies in Kenya and Tanzania in August 1998.
Bin Laden is also suspected of organising a suicide attack last year on the destroyer USS Cole in Yemen, which killed 17 American sailors. Despite recent threats against America, it's still not clear if bin Laden is responsible for this latest devastating attack.
Well, there were warnings. Only 3 weeks ago, Osama bin Laden came out saying that there will be massive attacks on American targets, attacks the like of which we've never seen before. But the trouble is he's been making these pronouncements for years, and a little bit like the boy who cried wolf, I think people tended to not pay very much attention to him.
Dr. Andrew Vincent is a former Foreign Service officer and now heads Macquarie University's Centre on the Middle East. He believes the operation was so complex it could well have been beyond bin Laden's capabilities.
a lot of the rhetoric coming out of Washington and coming out of Western sources at the moment seems to suggest that he's a kind of a terrorist mastermind crouched like a spider in Afghanistan, pulling these strings all around the world, causing bombs to go off. I don't think he's that powerful. I think he gives money and inspiration to a wide variety of different groups, but then it's sort of up to those groups what they do.
And these people who flew the aircraft, they were suicide bombers of a quite different nature to the ones we've encountered in the past. These were educated, intelligent people.
As the investigation gets underway, comparisons are being made to the 1995 Oklahoma bombing, where hundreds of Americans died.
There seems to be the same syndrome that developed after the Oklahoma City bombing, where for 3 or 4 days the whole of the media focused on this bombing being an Islamic bombing, being fundamentalist terrorists or Osama bin Laden, and it was only later when it emerged that the bombing was in fact carried out by American homegrown fascists.
After the bombing of the US federal building in Oklahoma City, there was quite a lot of anti-Muslim sentiment based on the premise that only foreigners could be responsible for such a terrible act on American soil. And this was all rather awful, given that we now know that Timothy McVeigh and extremist militia groups were behind that particular activity rather than groups from the Middle East or from any particular non-Christian religion.
Timothy McVeigh has since been executed for carrying out that attack, but it's feared with nearly all trace of these suicide bombers obliterated, the investigators' task will be much harder. Further confusing the situation late this afternoon, a Pakistan-based Islamic militant group fighting in Kashmir briefly claimed responsibility and then denied issuing such a statement.
There's a great political pressure on the American government to come up with a suspect and to punish that suspect, but we've got to be careful we don't leap to conclusions and just go along with the swing and say, well, it must be Osama bin Laden, and if it's not him, it's Saddam Hussein. There are other possible candidates as well.
And I'm joined now on the phone by Rahimullah Yousafzai, the editor of The News, an English-language daily in Peshawar, in Pakistan, on the border with Afghanistan. Mr. Yousafzai was the last person to interview Osama bin Laden, and that was in December 1998. In fact, you interviewed him, I believe, twice that year. Tell us, what is he like?
Actually, Mr. bin Laden is a very shy man, and it requires some effort to make him say something. But I believe that he passionately believes in one-point agenda, that is the American troops must leave his country, Saudi Arabia. And he says that everything should be done to make the Americans leave that country. And I think that the whole issue which erupted, it was because of the Gulf War and the subsequent presence of the American, French and British troops in Saudi Arabia.
You believe this is a tit for tat 11 years after the Gulf War?
No, since then there have been a number of other incidents. For example, the bombings of the U.S. embassies in East Africa, and then the bombing of the USS Cole. So there have been more incidents, and Mr. bin Laden has been saying that he is not personally involved, but he supports all those who are attacking the U.S.
Okay, let's go back to the nature, if we could, of Osama bin Laden. I mean, we were talking earlier with Richard Butler, a diplomat, and he was just saying he hates women, he's very hardline. Tell us about the person you've met.
Mr. bin Laden is from Saudi Arabia, and as you know, Saudi Arabia has enforced Islamic law in that country, and the women actually, have to move about in parda. They are covered, and also, they cannot drive. And so other aspects of Saudi life where Islam is strictly enforced. So this is the kind of thinking Mr. bin Laden has.
But among the kind of thinking he has, I mean, he's instrumental in these madrasas where he trains, basically, people to go out and kill. I mean, he is a very violent man, surely.
He has been taking part in the Afghan war, He was a rich man, but he volunteered and he physically took part in the battle against the Soviet occupation troops. And then he left Afghanistan. He returned to Afghanistan in September 1996. And until then, he was living in Sudan. So he has been trying then to reconcile the rival Mujahideen groups in Afghanistan. He tried to play the role of a mediator. He has become involved in Afghan politics, and now he is taking the Taliban side. And he has no choice because no other country will give him refuge. So he has to keep his peace with Taliban and accept their rule and their policies.
Well, I mean, the Taliban, of course, has announced on his behalf that he is not responsible for this bombing. One, do you believe that? And two, do you think we'll ever find out?
The Taliban have been defending him, and they have given him refuge. They have given their word, and Afghanistan has suffered because of his presence there. But I don't think the Taliban will ever betray him. They will never expel him, even though they expect more suffering and more punishment. Afghanistan has been under sanctions, and there had already been one American attack on Afghanistan. It was because of Mr. Bin Laden. But I believe that now Mr. Bin Laden cannot go anywhere else. There was a serious effort some time back to make him leave and go to Chechnya, but he couldn't, and that's why he's still stranded in Afghanistan.
Mr. Yousafzai, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Now let's return to our guest, Richard Butler, the Australian diplomat in residence at the Council for Foreign Affairs. Richard Butler, first of all, what did you think of that justification that was just made for Osama bin Laden?
Well, Tony, I must say I listened very intently, and I found it a touch breathtaking, the picture of poor Mr. bin Laden taking refuge passively, you know, having nowhere to live. But much more seriously than that, I think there's been some fascinating material presented here tonight, and perhaps one of the most important bits of it was from Professor Halliday, which relates to what Mr. Rahimullah was just saying, when he pointed out that stereotyping of Arabs and Muslims is actually really quite wrong. He pointed out that there are factions within the world of Islam, Sunni and Shia and so on, that are very much in disagreement with each other. And Mr. Rahimullah completely overlooked that when he painted a picture of poor Mr. bin Laden as just being an honest Muslim seeking to pursue his way of life. What I think was really very important today was that key Islamic leaders around the world and the organization of the Islamic Conference condemned utterly what happened in New York. And I think that's a very, very important thing, because going beyond the crucial question of what the United States will now do, and I already said I hope to God that they have an objective inquiry and finding as to who did this, and that their response is proportionate, not disproportionate. Going beyond that, we are now compelled, I think, to address some of the core issues. Alexander Downer said, you know, the international agenda has changed, putting terrorism higher on the agenda. I agree with that. I agreed with little else of what he said, but I certainly agree with that.
Alexander Downer also seemed to be suggesting that the United States had to take some very strong action to somehow prove themselves in the world.
Thank you. That's exactly what I wanted to address. I call to your attention, Tony, that Alexander Downer actually said, do you expect the United States to sit on its hands? I mean, that's raving nonsense, especially with the current administration in Washington. Who ever heard of such a concept, that the United States was going to sit on its hands? This is to greatly exaggerate something in order to make a shallow point. No one is suggesting that they should sit on their hands. He also said that they must demonstrate their strength. Now, this is precisely the problem we saw emerging in this first dreadful 24 hours today. Some voices in the United States were saying we must take vengeful action, not proportionate action. And that's what I would warn against. the world community, the community of states, will understand if the United States can credibly find the culprit and have a punishment that fits the crime. It will not understand if the United States simply demonstrates what Alexander was talking about, its muscularity. And I think they need to be very careful about that. And may I say, I thought that the President today was measured. I wouldn't necessarily have expected that. I was agreeably surprised that while he talked about pursuing the people who committed these terrible crimes and meting out a punishment, he avoided excessive rhetoric. He didn't threaten a kind of vendetta, and I think we should recognise that.
Richard, while we're talking about appropriate retaliation, I mean, we're focusing on Osama bin Laden, but the President, the administration has made quite clear that they regard those who harbour and succour the terrorists
Yes, he did.
Are equally culpable.
Yes.
Now, that could mean, putting straight talk, an invasion, an attack on, some kind of assault on Afghanistan and the Taliban, which is nurturing him, couldn't it?
Yeah, Jennifer, you were pursuing that with your previous guest, and the answer I'll give you is yes, it could mean that. And I think that was possibly the most important part of what the President said. He said, we will draw no distinction between the terrorists who have done this and those who have given them aid and comfort. That does raise a possibility that US action would go beyond attacking a particular terrorist group.
Well, Richard Butler,
now,
what sort of action is possible for them, though? I mean, it's impossible, virtually, to invade Afghanistan, isn't it, given where it is in the world?
Yeah, look, a combination of things. It is not possible to say what that action would be now, and because I want to make my core point. There must be an objective determination of who did what, and only when that is in could you design an appropriate, proportionate response. Now, that response could be a combination of military means, sanctions, political actions, and so on. And it's just not possible to say now what it would be. What I do say is that it is critical to this new world that we now have to deal with that a clear head be maintained and that response be a proportionate one. I do agree with Alexander Downer that we now must bring international terrorism to the top of the agenda. And there are ways to do that. And I would like to see the United States, as well as it pursues, at the same time that it pursues the culprits here for this dreadful set of actions, that it should now, as a matter of urgency, go to the world community and say, an important measure of our relations with all of you will be what we can do together to bring this terrorism monster under control. And there are lots of things that can be done to do that. And that would be, the most appropriate positive conclusion from these dreadful events that have taken place.
Just a last simple, short question, Richard. I mean, you've lived in America. You've written a book about terrorism. Interestingly, it was a terrorist attack on New York, which was one of the examples you used. Are you surprised at the depth of America's surprise and lack of preparedness for this attack?
There are two parts to that. I have the impression, as your Craig McMurtry said, that at least the people of New York are handling this well, although the place apparently has become a bit of a ghost town. Am I surprised that this has happened? No. How can I say that, as in a sense I kind of predicted this, although not quite in the same way, in the book that I wrote last year.
So why did America, I mean, short of course, promoting your book, why did America not know that this was on the cards? There have been many warnings, haven't there, in recent times? I mean, warnings aren't always the same as actions, but they seem to have been woefully ill-prepared.
Jennifer, what an extraordinary accusation promoting my book. I never even mentioned its title. No, but on the serious point, they were not adequately prepared for this. Knowing the circles that are involved as I do, I can imagine the vigour of the discussion that's taking place in Washington now, in the intelligence agencies and in the defence agencies. How in the name of God didn't we know about this? How could this have happened? Well, I don't know the exact answer to that. I think we're going to hear a lot more about it. I do know that access to aircraft in American airports is inadequately controlled. I flew out here a few days ago on a virtually identical flight to one of the American Airlines flights that was involved yesterday. And I wasn't happy with the degree of security through which I passed to get onto that plane. And a lot of people have been saying the same in the US. Could this have been prevented? Too hard to call. Were the Americans deficient in certain ways? You know, security at the airport, obviously. Will we hear more of this? You bet.
All right, Richard Butler, we'll have to leave you there for this evening. And as suspicion for the attacks falls on the Middle East and Islamic fundamentalist group, Arab communities in Australia are bracing for a backlash. Already verbal abuse and threats have begun. Verica Jokic reports.
A call to prayer at the Lakemba Mosque in the western suburbs of Sydney. It's part of the daily ritual for many Muslims, but today there was a special significance. 2 prayer vigils were organised for the victims of the horrendous and terrifying attacks in the United States.
I was stunned when what I heard about what happened. It is a tragedy. It is upsetting about what happened, and I do feel sorry for all them thousands of people that died and all them police and firemen that have died. And it is upsetting. I wish we could all have peace in this world, but fortunately there is a lot of evil in this world and must be taken care of.
The initial reaction is one of shock and disbelief, and when the news was confirmed, we received the news at night and people thought that this was a nightmare that they were going through. And the reaction immediately after that is one of sympathy and support to the victims and their families to try and get some support to them as soon as possible.
But beneath the deep sympathy also lies the fear that the events over the past 24 hours may leave Arabic communities in Australia open to racial attacks.
There is a lot of verbal attack against the community, and I think we've already started to experience it. And here at the Australian Arabic Communities Council, we've been inundated with calls all day about people who have been attacked on the streets, who have been called names.
Uday Juni is a journalist at one of the largest Arabic-speaking newspapers in Australia, El Telegraph.
I think this incident might increase a sort of racial hatred against the Arabic community. In fact, today, by coincidence, we've received 2 calls threatening the newspaper.
Community leaders hope common sense will prevail and the public will realise Australia's Arabic community has no connection with the attack.
There's no reason for a backlash to take place. The Arabic community in Australia are far removed from the problem. In fact, we are part of the solution. We are offering the solution, and our first offer was in the form of prayers.
While responsibility for the attack remains unclear, the Mufti of the Lakemba Mosque says, as in the Oklahoma City bombing, elements within the United States should not be ruled out.
This action in America, 100% from American gangs.
As a precautionary measure, community organisations and religious groups are banding together to provide information to the Arabic community on how to deal with any possible racial attacks. Verica Jokic, ABC News.
Joining us now on the phone from the Afghan capital, Kabul, is ABC correspondent Jonathan Harley. Jonathan, hi, thanks for joining us again. Describe, if you would, the mood there. We were talking earlier to Craig McMurtry, a ghost town, he said, New York. How would you describe Kabul?
Well, everyday life is going on as normal, Jennifer, in the sense that people are going about their business, really their daily activities are unchanged. But there really is a nervousness here. People are talking about, obviously, these atrocities in the United States and, more importantly, what it could mean for them. And if there are possible retaliations, people are hugging their radios, people are talking in the streets around the eternal cups of tea that Afghans drink. So I think the best way to describe it is probably a quiet nervousness and apprehension about the uncertainty, because no one really knows what may be around the corner and how intensive it could be.
A sense of very high stakes? Jonathan, is there a sense of the very high stakes ahead for them?
Yes, I think that there's a sense that people really are at a turning point. This sense that of this historical crossroads, Jennifer, is really coming. It's resonating in Afghanistan, which couldn't be considered more different than the United States, one of the richest country in the world as opposed to one of the poorest in the world, and really a sense that this could be a defining moment for Afghanistan and for the rule of the Taliban.
And has there been any further explanation for those explosions which were seen, I think, about 12, 15 hours ago in Kabul? I mean, the latest I heard was that they were anti-Taliban forces. Any activity, any news there?
No further explosions, no further strikes. It's almost certain, yes, that they were the work of the opposition Northern Alliance. They've taken responsibility for them, but it certainly came at a run.
I think we've lost Jonathan there, so we'll move on. And for those of you who've just joined us expecting Lateline, a reminder that this is an ABC News and Current Affairs special broadcast on the terrorist attacks in the United States. We'll recap now on the events almost 24 hours ago, which triggered shockwaves around the world. This report from the ABC's North American correspondent, Craig McMurtry from New York.
Oh my God! Oh, jeez! Oh, my God!
There was no warning, no heightened state of alert, no preparation for anything like this. A commercial passenger jet slams into one of New York's signature World Trade Center towers. It was, in fact, following another jet that had gone into the South Tower minutes before, both commuter aircraft hijacked. As startled authorities scramble to close airports and order all flights to land, unbelievably, a third passenger jet slams into the Pentagon in Washington, and a fourth crashes southeast of Pittsburgh. The 4 aircraft carry 266 souls. In downtown Manhattan, chaos. People desperate to escape cling to the side of the crippled skyscrapers until the last.
One at a time from different parts of the building. I just started seeing the people just drop. And I must have counted like 30 or 40 people, you know.
Emergency workers scrambled to evacuate the thousands believed to be trapped inside. And then an image that simply defies words. 110 floors of concrete, steel and glass folding like paper, and a massive suffocating cloud that consumes downtown Manhattan.
Take them in the kitchen, rinse them down! Get everybody, yeah, that's a good idea.
Both towers are erased.
Can't even look at it because all I can see are people. I don't see a building, I see people. People hurt. Children without mothers and fathers tonight.
US leaders evacuated from the White House and Congress acknowledged the deadliest and most coordinated terrorist attack in US history. Like Pearl Harbor, they call it an act of war.
Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
Up to 50,000 people are believed to work in the Twin Towers. Hours later, no one, including New York's shocked mayor, has any idea of the likely death toll.
I don't think we yet know the pain that we're going to feel when we find out who we lost.
And it isn't over. Hours later, a third building of 40 stories collapses. Tonight, with much of New York shut down, hospitals are struggling to deal with the injured. There are reports of 78 police and 200 firefighters missing. And as gruesome as it sounds, it could just be the beginning. When the daylight returns, a grisly recovery operation will begin, on a scale never seen before.
Tonight I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil.
It was the day New York's skyline and America changed forever. September 11, 2001. Craig McMurtry, ABC News, New York.
Well, aside from those 4 doomed hijacked jets, yet another aeroplane had a close call yesterday. The pilot of TWA flight number 3, bound from New York City to St. Louis, was forced to dodge one of the planes that crashed into the World Trade Center. The pilot was told to take evasive action. Passengers witnessing the final moments of the hijacked jet.
Well, he was up there whenever we were coming from New York, so what we had to do was, they were not talking to him, and he was changing his heading and his altitude, so they just cleared us to deviate however we had to stay away from him.
It was right after they had taken off, and the passengers were horrified.
I thought we were going to crash. I thought the plane was going to crash, because when we took off, the plane kind of went down and came back up, it was kind of shaking, and it wasn't your normal taking off routine. And then you could just see like a plane that just kind of just bypassed us really close, and I said maybe it was just a mere miss.
We had him in sight, so it was a nice day in New York. We were out of the clouds, which helped a lot, so we just, dodged him.
As the TWA jet ascended, others aboard said they could see a terrible sight below.
Then when we got really high up, my brother's a fireman, and so I said, doesn't it look like the Trade Center's on fire? And he says, yeah, it does. It looks like a big fire.
And joining us now from Jerusalem is the ABC's Middle East correspondent, Tim Palmer. Tim, what is the latest there in terms of how the Palestinians, some of whom yesterday were rejoicing at these attacks, are now behaving?
There are no similar scenes of rejoicing here today. In fact, the Palestinian Authority has clearly recognised the seriousness of the appearance of celebrations and how the kind of ramifications that could have through this region and, of course, in the United States, where it could seriously affect how Americans wish to approach their involvement in the Middle East in the future. The Palestinian Authority has been strenuously denying that these were in fact celebrations over the events in New York at Washington in some places where several thousand people took to the streets in Nablus. They're suggesting that these crowds were in fact protesting against an Israeli military operation that was happening at the same time just north of there in Jenin. I think there's very little doubt that we saw the scenes, at least here in East Jerusalem, were generated by early news of what had happened in the United States.
Is there a growing sense among Israelis, and particularly the Israeli authorities, that this may well bring them closer, if that's possible, to the United States?
I think the Israelis are very much trying to reinforce that image of themselves as an ally of the United States, and part of that is that I think they would like to see the kind of terror attacks that have been perpetrated on their soil lumped in with this idea of global terrorism. While they're on a different scale, the Israelis have always portrayed terror as being terror, no matter who or why it's perpetrated. I think they're definitely trying to hammer home that point. They're very much saying they're prepared to stand by militarily with their US allies, and of course they're helping out in a fairly practical manner, sending blood and medical specialists to the United States. But politically, the Israelis clearly want to see this homogenised in some way, and the entire issue of terrorism being dealt with on an international basis.
Is there any suggestion at all from the Israeli government, and particularly from Israeli intelligence, on who might have been responsible for this?
Not at all. I think we're probably seeing a failure of intelligence systems around the world. If the US intelligence agencies are going to have serious questions asked about them, I think certainly the Israelis probably will too, because they like to think that they are monitoring a large number of the groups who are under suspicion. That is, of course, if these acts are carried out by the kind of groups who are observed by Israeli intelligence. But a chain of terror attacks was broken here before it occurred in Jordan that were put down to the Bin Laden group some 20 months ago. They were meant to target tourist sites largely attended by American millennial year pilgrims. That was broken, but of course since then we've seen the attack on the USS Cole in Yemen, which the Americans blame on Bin Laden, and now we have this event. There has been a clear failure of not just one government in terms of their terrorist monitoring and their intelligence agencies.
What's the feeling, though, in Israel? I mean, we've heard the former Israeli Prime Minister, Mr. Barak, this evening on CNN effectively saying that Bin Laden did this.
Yes, he's not the only one within the government it's not quite so clear, but the Defence Minister Benjamin Ben-Eliezer was talking about this as being an act of Islamic fundamentalism, and he said that was the most central threat to the rest of the free world. The Israelis are less reticent than some in the American government to make these sorts of suggestions. Clearly they feel that they know the kind of enemy, if not the specific enemy, that has carried out this sort of attack, and they feel that they have a very strong belief that that has to be fought directly, and some are talking about military means.
Now, the Iraqi television, which is the official station of the government, is rejoicing. The American cowboy is reaping the fruits of his crimes against humanity, I think is the official line. We are now starting to hear some reports suggesting links, possible links, between Iraq and Osama bin Laden. Is there any suggestion there that those links may be real?
We aren't hearing any details of those links, but I can tell you there's very real fear that that possibility could be true, because that would dramatically change the situation here. If, for example, this was traced to the bin Laden group and there was retaliation in Afghanistan, then you could possibly see fears here of further terrorism against Israel. It is Zionism and Israel, these are the key enemies seen by nearly all of these types of groups. If, however, an Iraqi link was established and retaliation was carried out there, we are much closer to a military expansion of the conflict in this region, and Israelis would no doubt fear that an American strike against anyone responsible in this region could see them going back to the days of chemical suits and the fear of Scud missile attacks on this country.
All right, Tim Palmer, we'll leave it there. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
It's so lonely in New York now. The streets are like empty. There's no people walking around. Everybody's walking like they don't know where they're going, and they're like, their minds are everywhere.
Well, nations around the world have beefed up security in the wake of these attacks in the US. In Britain, police and troops are on a high alert. An extra 1,000 police are patrolling London's streets, some armed with submachine guns. London City Airport has been closed and many other flights cancelled as a no-fly zone has been declared over the metropolitan skies. The stock market has been volatile this morning. Many dealers still uncertain if their colleagues in New York are even still alive. Philip Williams reports from London.
British Prime Minister Tony Blair has been meeting with security advisers this morning, but if there was any doubt about his support for the United States, he quickly put it to rest.
This is not a battle between the United States of America and terrorism, but between the free and democratic world and terrorism. We therefore here in Britain stand shoulder to shoulder with our American friends in this hour of tragedy. And we, like them, will not rest until this evil is driven from our world.
Already, military bases, both British and American, are on a high state of alert. Vehicles are being checked, troops looking for anything suspicious. Heavily armed police are patrolling potential financial and political targets. Flights to North America are still grounded, and restrictions on where aircraft can now fly are in force.
We have stepped up security at airports to the highest levels. No flights will take off from the United Kingdom for which we cannot apply the highest standards of security for aircrew and passengers. Private flights have been stopped except where specifically authorized. Flight paths into London have been changed so there will be no civil overflights of central London. Security has been increased across the full range of government buildings and military premises.
It's at the street level that the sense of fear and apprehension is perhaps at its greatest. The sense that if it could happen in New York and Washington, then why not a major city like London?
We can't live with fear. We can't, but I think we have to really be more aware that it could happen to us.
People, yeah, probably a bit apprehensive, thinking, is it going to happen here? Big target, London. I don't know, you can't let people like that rule your life, you've got to get on with your life, so.
I did look out of my window, which looks all over London, and I thought, oh my God, any moment, you know. Very depressing it was.
Philip Williams, Lateline.
Well, the New York attack has caused plunges on stock exchanges around the world. The Australian market had one of its worst days on record, falling more than 4%, but that was not as bad as damage inflicted on European and Asian shares. US financial markets were closed and are likely to remain that way for at least another day. The Bush administration has made it clear it will attempt to limit damage using spending and interest rate policy, but there are now fears the attack could trigger an even more pronounced downturn internationally and possibly a global recession. This report from economics correspondent Steve Latz.
It was anything but business as usual this morning. The usual bustle of a key trading day was numbed.
Everyone's just been focusing on what's actually happening, how things are going in New York, etc. Things like GDP, which financial markets normally worry a lot about, came out today. Hardly anybody looked at it. We've had strong growth, but no one really cares.
After some debate as to whether the Australian Stock Exchange would open at all, share prices dramatically, if somewhat predictably, fell. Overall, the market was down 4% on the day. In Europe, major exchanges were hit harder and Asia fared no better.
It's very difficult to talk about financial effects when you're seeing people dying, and so that's difficult. If you then move from beyond the human tragedy side into the financial markets, I think it's pretty typical of what happens when you get a shock. People have basically moved to try and get into what they think of secure assets, so that they've gone into gold, they've gone into government bonds. The equity markets globally have basically lost somewhere between 4 and 8%.
National Australia Bank Chief Economist Alan Oster says the immediate indications are there's a global cooperation in play to stem a financial panic.
When you look at it, what you'll probably find is that central banks will over-ease, so they'll make sure that if they make a mistake, the mistake will be that they'll make sure there's enough liquidity around that no one's going to have a problem in the short term, from that point of view anyway.
Are there any historical precedents that could be drawn upon for this sort of reaction?
There are historical precedents in the sense that you've had crises, but we've never really had, the sort of loss of life involved in this sort of thing, and so that's really difficult. I think if you go back to 1987, you can see the sort of monetary effects that you're likely to see, i.e. everybody, all hands to the decks, if you like, and trying to help things out. So that's about the only sort of thing that you can go back to.
The US Treasury Secretary Paul O'Neill, he's in Japan at the moment and is to return to the United States. He's had discussions not only with the chairman of the Fed, Alan Greenspan, but with the various securities regulators. Their key goal now, of course, to restore confidence in the system.
Treasurer Peter Costello confirmed that Australia was very much in step with US plans to use interest rates to support the domestic economy.
In the short term, what the Fed will do is, one, keep operating normally and keep liquidity in the system. That's the task for today, and I believe it's being done. And similarly, but to a much lesser extent, the RBA will keep liquidity in the system.
The Treasurer was at pains to point out the likely resilience of the US economy.
But when you are talking about the US economy, it is a huge economy with something like 250 million people going about their daily business. So let's not overstate the effect of this on the overall economy, but let's not underestimate the effect in terms of human suffering and human life.
Clearly, if you're looking at the Australian market, there's probably three main sectors that have been affected. That's stocks that have a major US presence, such as News Corporation, for example, stocks that are involved in the aviation industry, such as Qantas and Flight Centre, for example, and of course the insurance stocks, which who knows what the price is going to be to rectify and pay for and compensate the damage to New York last night.
The shares of our parent company in Switzerland dropped dramatically late yesterday on the Swiss exchange, and insurance stocks globally will have been hit like that. The costs will be massive.
One company with growing interests in the United States is Westfield Holdings, which just took up a 99-year lease on the retail space on the Trade Centre's ground floor. However, in a statement to the stock exchange, the company indicated that insurance